Marcus Mabry live here in Charlotte, kicking off our coverage of the final night of the Democratic National Convention. President Obama is scheduled to speak in the 10 o'clock hour, and we have a lot lined up for you between now and then. Joining me to kick off things, national political correspondent Jeff Zelny. Jeff, thanks for being here.
Marcus, thank you.
We were not supposed to be here, Jeff. We were supposed to be at the Bank of America Stadium. This huge event tonight was not supposed to be happening in this hall. What impact does that make?
You're right. We were supposed to be in Bank of America Stadium with 65,000 people or more watching President Obama accept the nomination. The reason for such a big crowd is to really get a big group of volunteers, supporters organized for the election here in North Carolina. President Obama won North Carolina 4 years ago by 14,000 votes, the smallest margin of any state in the country. And this campaign wanted to get as many voters, as many supporters as possible out watching his acceptance speech, kind of to try and reprise the magic from 4 years ago when he accepted the nomination at Mile High Stadium in Denver. But rain, storms threatened this, so we're inside instead. And we just heard Jim Messina, the campaign manager, talking about the importance of all these metrics, of all the grassroots supporters, all the voter registrations going on now. And the people who were supposed to be here tonight watching the speech actually heard from the president this afternoon in a conference call, and he promised that he would come back to North Carolina before Election Day.
It was really overpowering, kind of the Carolinianness of it all to start off before we actually went live. James Taylor was singing, "I'm going to Carolina in my mind." You had all these Carolinians, every member, it seemed, of the congressional delegation, at least all the members who were Democrats who weren't afraid of admitting it, were all here. You had normal, average everyday Carolinians. It was really a Carolina moment that was kind of lost in this national hall, probably.
I think the North Carolina significance of this cannot be overstated. It is location, location, location. That's why this campaign, this president, picked North Carolina for this convention. The goal from the beginning was to turn red states blue, and that's what they did here in North Carolina 4 years ago. Most people didn't believe that North Carolina could vote Democrat. The last time a Democratic presidential candidate carried the state was Jimmy Carter. But it is a bit of an uphill battle this time for the president. He's a little bit behind in the polls, but they believe if they register more younger voters, more African-American voters, more Hispanic voters, more people who make up his base, they believe that they can give Mitt Romney a run for his money. And even Romney campaign advisors tell me that they believe that they would have already put North Carolina in the books by now. They haven't. They're still spending money here. We'll have to watch how it goes in the final 2 months of the campaign.
Now, speaking of the final 2 months of the campaign, after today, after tonight, after this big speech, we got 61 days until the election. What do President Obama's aides tell you that he has to accomplish here tonight?
I think one of the things he has to accomplish tonight, one of the things his speech is really designed to do, is look forward, tell voters what he would plan to do in a second term. Voters largely still like him. They believe strongly in his favorability ratings. They think that he has a good connection with them, but they want to be assured that he has a plan to take things forward. He's not going to get really heavy into the politics or heavy into the policy. We heard that last night from Bill Clinton. That was kind of by design, but he's going to sort of give overarching goals of, stick with me. If there's one takeaway from this convention, he's asking voters to stick with him.
Were you surprised by Bill Clinton last night answering that very powerful Republican question of, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And President Clinton answered last night by saying, yes, we are. Did that surprise you?
It didn't surprise me. It's, I think, a bit of a campaign memo from President Clinton, who's won a few campaigns in his day, how to answer this question. He said, yes, we are absolutely better than we were 4 years ago. The Obama campaign has been a little bit reluctant to say that because they're afraid of the Romney campaign saying, well, people don't feel that they're better. But President Clinton then went on for about 48 minutes to say why things are better now. They went through a litany of the auto bailout 4 years ago at this time. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of jobs were shedding every month. So I'm not surprised he answered it like that. I think he was frustrated, I'm told, earlier in this week when some other Democrats were struggling how to answer that question because they believe the answer is yes. Not quite as far as we need to go, but yes, America is better off than it was 4 years ago.
All right, Jeff, you stay right there. We'll be coming back to you throughout the hour. In the meantime, we're going to go right now to one important issue that has received relatively little attention in this campaign so far. That's foreign policy. We have a report from White House correspondent, former Hong Kong bureau chief and European economics editor Mark Landler on President Obama's record.
Here's Mark Landler, a White House correspondent for the New York Times. When President Obama takes the podium in Charlotte this week, he will showcase foreign policy as one of the unalloyed successes of his term. From ending the war in Iraq to ordering the raid on Osama bin Laden, the president will argue that he got the big things right and left the country a safer place than he found it. Yet the president's foreign policy record is hardly perfect. There have been significant mistakes and missed opportunities. As Americans go to the polls, the world is under the shadow of a brutal civil war in Syria that the United States has been powerless to stop. And fears of an Israeli military strike on Iran continue to build as the United States and other major powers have been unable to slow down the development of Iran's nuclear program. Any account of President Obama's foreign policy record begins with the bin Laden raid. The story of the sensational SEAL operation has already passed into legend, while the image of Mr. Obama and his advisors watching the raid unfold from the White House Situation Room is one of the most famous photographs of the Obama presidency. Barack Obama ran for president in 2008 with the promise that he would end the war in Iraq, and he did so. Now he is winding down the war in Afghanistan with a plan to withdraw the last of the soldiers from the troop surge by the end of September. The United States, though, is leaving behind a violent and unstable Afghanistan, surely less than the president hoped for when he authorized the troop surge in 2009. For Mr. Obama, the priority now is getting out as quickly and cleanly as possible. By Mr. Obama's own account, the Middle East peace process has been the greatest foreign policy disappointment of his presidency. Mr. Obama plunged into the peacemaker's role, but his demand that Israel halt the building of Jewish settlements alienated Israel, and relations between him and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fell into a deep freeze. Today, Israel and the Palestinians seem farther away than ever from ending their decades-long conflict. If the peace process is frozen, the rest of the Arab world is in turmoil, with a cascade of popular revolts overturning dictators from Tunisia to Yemen.
Our problems must be dealt with through partnership. Our progress must be shared.
President Obama has navigated the Arab awakening with mixed results, backing change in Egypt and joining in a NATO military intervention in Libya, while standing by as protesters were crushed in Bahrain, and steering clear of Syria, where the bloodshed has bred a sense of hopelessness. With little support for military action, Mr. Obama finds himself a frustrated bystander, issuing calls for President Assad to step down.
I'm joined now by Colin Kahl, a former Obama administration official at the Pentagon and current campaign advisor, to talk more about these important issues. Thanks so much for joining us.
Great to be here.
Now, I have to ask you to start off with a question that may be more politics than policy, but can you explain to us the importance of the platform issue controversy over Jerusalem as the capital of Israel?
You know, look, I think anybody who reads the platform will see that it's an extraordinarily pro-Israel supportive document. And I think more importantly, the president's policies have been extraordinarily supportive of Israel. Look, I think there was no intention in the original language to signal any shift in the party's position on Jerusalem, but it was misinterpreted that way, and so the president stepped in to correct that misinterpretation. So I think this is behind us. The platform's amended, it's changed. The 2008 language is in there. I think everybody's happy.
Probably not Republicans. I think Republicans may be a little happy for different reasons. I think Republicans would say if it really mattered to this administration, the deletion wouldn't have happened.
You know, maybe, although they should explain why they changed their own language on Jerusalem, too. I mean, they took out the undivided part. You know, our platform, as amended, is now stronger on that issue than theirs. So, look, I think what matters is what the president has done. And on his record on Israel, it's unassailable. He's more support for Israel than any president in modern times.
We're going to come back to foreign policy, but right now we're going to toss down to the floor where Beau Biden, Vice President's son and Attorney General of the state of Delaware, is addressing the delegates.
But there should be no debate about our shared commitment to take care of our veterans. 4 years ago, I told you that my father has always been there for me, for my sister, and that as vice president, he would be there for you. And he has. I've seen it. I've seen it up close and personal. I've watched him use more than 3 decades of experience, respect, and goodwill on both sides of the aisle to move vital legislation, just like he did with the Violence Against Women Act. I've watched him strengthen relationships with our allies and stare down our adversaries. I've seen him make quiet visits to veterans' hospitals and private phone calls to the families of first responders killed in the line of duty. I've seen him salute the workers in factories that are only open because of the decisions that he and the president had the courage to make. I've seen him shake the hand of every single high school student in a graduating class of 900 because he wants those kids to remember the day they got their diplomas and to do something big with them. For me, the most memorable moment of the past 4 years was not something most Americans saw. In fact, it wasn't even on American soil. It took place in Iraq, at Camp Victory, where I was stationed. It was the 4th of July in 2009. My father was there on one of his many trips to the region, as part of his work, I might add, to bring that war to an end. I had the privilege to watch him lead an actualization.
We were listening a bit to Beau Biden talk a bit about foreign policy there, which is a great segue to what we're talking about here with Colin Kahl, who was actually the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense in the Obama administration for its first 2 years, especially responsible for the Middle East. Thank you again for being here, Mr. Secretary.
Great to be here.
Iraq, you know a little bit about Iraq. You were telling me a bit about the experience you had there.
Yeah, you know, I had Iraq in my portfolio at the Pentagon. I traveled there 16 times over about 2.5 years. My last day on the job was December 15th, watching the flag come down over our base in Baghdad. Look, this president campaigned on responsibly drawing down from Iraq. You know, he talked about getting out as carefully as possible, as responsibly as possible. And that's exactly what he did as president, and he's doing the same thing with Afghanistan today.
What would be the difference in your estimation, admitting it's a partisan view because you are advisors to the president, what would be the difference between an Obama foreign policy and a Romney foreign policy?
You know, it's difficult to tell because there's a lot of places where, Governor Romney and his folks talk tough, but when you scratch below the surface, there's not a lot of there. They like to talk tough on Iran, but their policies are the same as the president's. They like to talk tough on Israel, but our support is just as great. The only places where they really differ in their tough talk are kind of scary. Describing Russia as our number one geopolitical foe, which could complicate cooperation with them, cooperation that's helping us support our troops to reduce stockpiles of nuclear weapons, or threatening a trade war with China on day one in office. So I think in some ways he talks tough, but it's really just a description of our current policy, masquerading as criticism. In other ways, he is different, but it's scary.
Well, talking about foreign policy and kind of the crises that could erupt at any second right now in the world, in addition to the economy and what could happen in the next 2 months to kind of disrupt this campaign for either candidate, foreign policy is probably even a greater risk of changing the dynamics. Something could happen in Syria, there's a greater humanitarian crisis. Israel could hit Iran to dissuade it from going nuclear. What is the concern of the administration and the campaign about those foreign policy crises?
I don't know. I wouldn't really describe it as concern, but what I think it speaks to is the importance of having a steady hand at the helm of Commander-in-Chief. I mean, a lot has been made in the last few days about the unbelievable economic inheritance that this president inherited, the worst economy since the Great Depression, and we've been digging out of it for the last 3.5 years. But he also inherited the most challenging set of foreign policy challenges that any president has inherited since World War II. 2 wars, Iraq and Afghanistan, 180,000 forces in the field. Al-Qaeda was still on the loose. Bin Laden was still on the loose. And so one of the great things about what this president has done is he's ended the war in Iraq responsibly. He's doing the same thing in Afghanistan. He got Bin Laden and has taken more Al-Qaeda leaders off the battlefield than at any time since 9/11. And so I think that's why the polls show that he has an overwhelming edge on Governor Romney, a Republican, on questions of foreign policy. The last thing I will say is, last week, Governor Romney had the chance to talk about foreign policy. In that 38-minute speech, he forgot that we had 80,000 forces serving in harm's way in Afghanistan. The word Afghanistan did not appear in a speech of a guy auditioning to be a commander-in-chief. Neither did the words troops or veterans.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming in. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, great being with you.
Up next, we turn to Ohio. It may be one of the most crucial swing states this election cycle, with just a few undecided voters left. Here's a report talking to voters in the northeast corner of the state.
Along this downtown commercial strip in Ottawa County, Ohio, shop windows display signs of a lagging economy.
I haven't seen a whole lot of good things the last 4 years. I think just as a nation, it seems like everybody wants something to change.
Like the state of Ohio, Ottawa County, population 41,000, has voted for the winning presidential candidate in the last 12 elections. Becky Peterson's custom embroidery shop has stayed afloat amidst the recession. Ms. Peterson voted for President Obama in 2008, but is undecided this time around.
I will say I'm a registered Democrat. I have been forever. I don't always vote that way.
For me, I think, Obama offered hope that things were going to change, and I think now that we really haven't seen those changes.
Galen Kopke and his brother-in-law, Barry Cochran, work in Ottawa County's small agricultural sector.
The last 4 years have been pretty good for farmers. We've had pretty decent crops and good prices.
They voted for McCain in 2008 and say they'll vote for Mr. Romney in November.
There are still people that are out of work and stuff, because we're still dependent on the auto industry in this area, because Toledo's quite close, and auto industry still has a big impact.
In 2011, Ottawa County's unemployment rate was the highest in Ohio at 16%. Since then, it's fallen to match the national average, 8%. The bailout of the auto industry has been one of Mr. Obama's calling cards in the industrial Midwest, particularly in Ohio. In July, he made a campaign stop in Oak Harbor.
With him coming here, what was that, 3 weeks
ago?
Yeah,
Obama was here and ate at the local restaurant, which I'm sure you know, right?
I think that kind of swayed people a little bit.
Made you feel like he cared?
Yeah.
No.
In 2008, Mr. Obama captured 52% of Ottawa County's vote. But with the economy on everyone's minds, the battle for Ohio is as close as ever this year.
I'm joined now again by Jeff Zelny, who has been watching Ohio closely for several months now. Jeff, thanks for being back. What will decide who wins this really important, crucial swing state in the next 61 days?
Marcus, I think a couple things will decide Ohio. I mean, first of all, it's 18 key electoral votes here that both sides are competing aggressively for, as we've seen. I think the economy is still the central theme of the election everywhere, but certainly in Ohio. It's one of the reasons that President Obama seems to be holding his own there and doing slightly better than some Democrats and even Republicans thought he would be doing. The unemployment rate in Ohio is about 7.2%. It's lower than the national average, largely because of some jobs that have been created because of the supply chain of the automobile industry. A lot of parts are made in small towns in Ohio. So I think one of the things that will decide this is organization. The Obama campaign is not necessarily, is not always a natural fit in all of Ohio. A lot of the state is rural. But 4 years ago, the Obama campaign increased their vote share in all counties across the state. This year they're trying to do that again. I mean, more than 100 offices. They're just opening, I think they're up to 105 or something field offices. And what that means is they have a neighborhood team leader program. This is really a test to see if all the money the Obama campaign has spent in organizing is going to work. That can put a candidate over the top. The Romney campaign is trying to play catch-up, but they're not there yet.
What places will you be looking at over the next 2 months? Where will you be going to take the temperature of voters, and what groups of voters in those places in Ohio?
Ohio basically is a collection of 5 different places. You look at Cincinnati in the Southwest. President Obama was the first Democrat to win Cincinnati since Lyndon Johnson. It's Hamilton County. It has largely been conservative, but there's also a sizable share of African-American voters. President Obama organized them, registered them, and they voted for him. So Cincinnati is one place we're looking. The center of the state is at Columbus. Franklin County. It is a classic test market, a case for toothpaste, potato chips, other things. So it's kind of middle America, and that is one place where the Romney campaign is hoping to do well in the suburbs. And then Cleveland. The stronghold of Cleveland is always a Democratic area, Cuyahoga County. There is not a better Democratic area in the state than Cleveland, but some of the suburbs around there, independent voters live there. President Obama did well. Mitt Romney is trying to nibble into, eat away at these independent voters around Cleveland. So those three cities, Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland, the three C's really is what we call them. That's what the campaigns are focusing on.
What we can hear behind us now is the roar of this crowd in this arena as it builds toward the crescendo of the president's address a little later on. A final question, Jeff. What will you be wanting to hear, looking to hear, listening to hear tonight when the president takes the stage?
Marcus, you're right about the crowd. One reason this crowd is so fired up is they're seeing really a video montage of things that got them excited 4 years ago. These old campaigns, sort of movies, if you will, and that's what is so exciting them. But what we're going to look for tonight is President Obama trying to rekindle some of this excitement and nostalgia and turn that into action. He's going to urgently make the case that he needs Democrats to be on his side. He needs them to tell their friends. He is going to also present a forward-looking agenda. He'll defend himself a little bit against the criticism of that's been coming at him, but he's also going to say this election is a clear choice between the Democratic plan and the Republican plan. But it'll be a mix of policy, but I think it's also intended to inspire and remind people why they supported him and ask them once again to hold on and be patient.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. And now over to the workspace where Rick Burke is standing by. Take it away, Rick.
Thank you, Marcus. I accompanied Mark Leibovich on a difficult assignment. We went to the Ritz here for a glimpse of wealth and power at this convention. So this bar where we are now is the epicenter of Democratic big money politics.
Absolutely. I think this week it definitely is the epicenter. I think this, and maybe if you extend it to the BLT steak, which is next door, the dining room here at the Ritz also, if you want to come sort of experience the money class of the Democratic Party, this is the place to be.
The Democrats are really trying to raise a lot of money now.
I mean, I think in a broader sense, money, newsflash, is a huge part of politics. Never is this more illustrated than at the party conventions. And I think at a time when Democrats are trying, as they always do, to appeal to middle-class voters, to try to position themselves as the party of the 99%, as it were, there is a fairly glaring dissonance between the kind of, you could say, ostentatious sort of consumption.
Is that dissonance when you see Kobe beef burger?
Was that Kobe beef?
Yeah, it was Kobe beef.
Oh, I wonder if it tasted particularly
cheese,
good.
But I told them no brie. But
well, if you took the brie off, so I guess we're sort of slumming it here, right?
So. No, but seriously, there are a lot of big-name Democrats we've seen here. You just saw John Kerry walk in.
Yeah, no. You have Governor Strickland of Ohio who was sitting over there. David Gregory, the host of Meet the Press, walked through.
Doug Band, Bill Clinton's top advisor.
Paul Begala, who is a well-known Democratic consultant.
And
TV
Paul Begala
pundit,
is a big
who is head of basically doing a lot of super PAC fundraising. So it's a very, very, very sort of illustrative place to watch all this. And
there's many big money people here as we saw in Tampa,
right? Oh, absolutely. You can always tell the big money people because they have the really small silvery buttons. Like the smaller, more silvery or gold button, the better you are. And Steve Cohen's been a third-term congressman from Memphis. He was here. He made it perfectly clear. In fact, he went out of his way to make it clear that he is not staying at this hotel. He is staying, I think, out with the delegation, which is, I guess, euphemistic for not around here. The Democratic Party is the party of the little guy, the middle class. There's obviously a lot of hurt, a lot of struggling going on in the country now. Do you think there's anything about these conventions which caters so much to the wealthy that is dissonant with what the Democratic Party is trying to sell about itself?
In theory, there is, because the more money you've got, the more entree you've got, the more passes you've got. And besides buttons, it's about passes on the floor passes, delegate passes, whatever.
Party invites,
all those things, and those come with the financially supportive people get access to everything. So yes, in that regard. But it's the real world, and you've got to have money.
Do you think that the level of influence that money can afford within the Democratic Party is also unfortunate?
Yes and no. no in terms of without the money, there's no way we'd win. And
Right.
then you
So
lose.
it's the real world.
It's the real world, and it's reality. You've got to deal with it.
If you could change the real world in an ideal world, would you? What would you do? I mean, vis-a-vis some of these things.
There would be public financing of elections.
Okay. John Kerry? Okay. So when I was talking to Congressman Cohen out by, I mean, John Kerry came by. He was on a cell phone, or pretending to be on a cell phone. It's a classic politician's trick.
So I have to go do some real work, but you're going to be here all day, I assume?
I actually think I might get a light dessert, and then I'll go for a nap in my suite.
But you're not really staying here, Mark. You're staying in South Carolina, I believe, at a cheap
Just so the
motel.
record is clear, I'm staying in Rock Hill, South Carolina, with the rest of the New York Times contingency. For breakfast this morning, I had a little box of Rice Krispies in a styrofoam bowl with skim milk, and I actually made some toast. There is a Starbucks between here and there, which I stopped at.
Good for you, Mark. Thank you.
It was good. Thanks, Rick.
I'm here with Mark. Now, after I left you, did you get your light dessert?
I did not get a light dessert. I actually got a heavy dessert.
Okay.
I got the creme brulee. No, actually, I didn't.
Okay. Now, one thing I got to ask you,
Yeah.
you know, the way you're dressed, it doesn't quite fit in the Ritz. Like,
It's a
can't
problem.
you, like, you know, improve that?
It's a real problem. It's actually been a problem throughout my career. I have sort of lowered the dress bar and the maturity bar in a lot of places. Unfortunately, I only packed one shirt, and I wore it yesterday.
You think after so many years you would have learned, but, you know, you live and learn. Let me ask you this. In my brief time with you at lunch at the Ritz, I saw more big-name money people than I see just walking through the convention hall.
Yeah.
That's the place to be, really.
It is absolutely the place to be. I mean, and the adjacent BLT steak. I mean, if you want to people watch, if you want to, I mean, you can also tell who it is because they walk with a certain sense of purpose. I mean, there's a rich guy walk that you see. I mean, part of it's the entourage, part of it's the guy with the earpieces, but I mean, they just sort of carry themselves in a certain way. So it's quite a scene.
I saw all these security people. They all have security. I guess their power is also shown in how many people in their entourage.
That is part of it. It's also the size of the scrum around you by how much press you have around you.
Now, why the Ritz?
It's the Ritz. I mean, it's Charlotte. I mean, I don't think there's obviously not as big a selection of hotels in Charlotte as there would be in a place like New York or Washington. It's centrally located. The BLT, which is one of the better restaurants in town, is right next to it. It's right near the convention center. So in addition to being a scene, it's also a marquee brand, and the food's good.
Now, besides the food, what surprised you about this week you've spent following these rich guys and gals around?
I mean, I guess this wasn't that surprising, but I think the degree to which someone can just sort of walk onto a convention street like this and eat for free and talk your way into some place offering free food, whether it's the CNN grill or some lobbying party where they're not checking the door, or some hotel, I mean, it's very easy to do. And I actually, for the Democrats, it's a little surprising that people are so unabashed about it, given that this is supposedly the party that is, working to level the playing field.
You did speak in the package about dissonance between what we're hearing on the floor and at the podium and what you've seen in front of you.
Right.
That's pretty striking, right?
It is, and it underscores the larger dissonance in the political class versus the rest of America. I mean, it's the same. It's the same dynamic that makes Washington such a booming economy over the last few years, and the rest of the country really struggling. Frankly, politics, as Bill Clinton said last night, is good business. You can do very, very well by disagreeing, by lobbying, and that sort of culture really does benefit people.
Now, one last thing. You spent last week in Tampa following around Chris Christie for a piece you wrote for Sunday Styles. This week you spent all your time following the wealthy around. Which is an easier assignment?
I think right now the Chris Christie assignment would be easier because that story is finished, and this one I haven't really started yet. To some degree, it's always nice to have a singular target. You can just sort of focus on him, whereas wealth and a scene is more diffuse. So, I do miss Governor Christie. I'm sure he misses me too. But, I'll throw something together in the next few hours.
I'm sure he will. Thank you,
Thanks,
Mark. This morning, we also caught up with the New York delegation and Governor Andrew Cuomo, one of the Democrats' biggest stars and the 2016 contender, who is keeping the lowest profile.
This morning, there's going to be a breakfast that we're going to go to, and we're going to have our governor here for the first time, and we're expecting to get marching orders from him and for him to rally the troops. The Cuomos represent a sort of political dynasty in New York.
probably some of the political icons in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to introduce to you Governor Andrew Cuomo.
And Andrew Cuomo has inherited all the rhetorical skills of his father.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, New York delegates.
I think Andrew probably will highlight the themes of the week, diversity in the Democratic Party, economic resurgence.
Frankly, it is absurd that the people, the party that created the problem, now want to present themselves as the solver of the problem to the American people. The second thing they say is, well, we have to reduce taxes on the wealthiest Americans. Why? Because then we will unleash the American entrepreneurial spirit. That great spirit they talk about all the time. The mystic, the American spirit will come out, and the American spirit will make everything okay.
He really rallied us up. I think emphasized a lot of the progressive, good government choices that we have.
We're going to go to this nation, and we're going to say, do you believe in the politics of inclusion? Do you believe in fairness for all? Do you believe that the opportunity for all that this nation was founded on is still alive and well? And our answer is yes. We're going to go to this nation.
I think there are a lot of, potential candidates now. But we got a president to elect right now. I'm not thinking about, 4 years from now. We got our work to do right now.
I would love to see Andrew Cuomo throw his hat in the ring. It's a little early yet. He's got 2014 for a re-election bid for governor, and I certainly hope he does and will. But I certainly would be a strong supporter of Andrew Cuomo in 2016.
That when I invest in your child's education, I am investing in my child's education.
And, if we don't win this race, the country's going to be in such a mess that, people are not going to want to go into politics in 4 years, it seems to me. So we got to concentrate on this one.
Are you proud to be New Yorkers? Are you proud of the New York tradition? Are you proud of what we're doing in New York? Are we going to bring New York home for the next president of the United States, Barack Obama? Thank you, God bless you.
I'm joined now by Metro editor Carolyn Ryan. Carolyn, that's what we call a toe touch. Andrew Cuomo came into this convention for barely a day, in and out. Why isn't he here the whole week?
Well, this is the dance that he's doing, right? He wants to be a big deal to the Democratic Party. He knows people are looking at him as a national presidential contender of the future, but he's very wary of fully embracing or acknowledging it, partly because he watched what happened to his father when presidential speculation kind of took over his governorship. But also, Andrew, as you know, is somebody who likes to control his story, and the idea of kind of opening himself up in a way and allowing people to take his measure is something that feels very uncomfortable.
But who's he really fooling about not being here every day? I mean, everyone knows he wants to be president next time, or the nominee next time. Am I wrong here?
Well, every story that you read about the future sort of generation of leaders includes Cuomo. The other people who are talked about in the same way are aware of him. So it is, there's a little bit of silliness and foolishness, as you say.
I mean, he's loving the attention when people write about, will you run for president?
Yes, I mean, it's sort of similar to Chris Christie in that way, like, don't ask me again, wait, do you want to ask me? But with him, it's particular in that, again, he had his father who went through this particular experience. Right. He comes from New York. He feels like New York is important enough of a perch that he doesn't have to do what O'Malley, for example, was
but
doing.
his father was agonizing and agonizing for years. It doesn't seem, from what you've told me, from what sources say, that he's really agonizing about a run for the White House.
Right now, he's just agonizing about what he should signal and whether he should do things like appear at the California breakfast.
Right.
I mean, remember, he spoke to the convention in 2000.
Right.
He spoke in 2008. It's just this moment where he's very kind of anxious about how to appear and how to navigate
Is there a
this.
danger here of overthinking? It looked like from that breakfast this morning, he sounded like he could have been on the podium right
That's
here.
a really good point. There was a strange incongruity because he essentially almost set up like a Cuomo convention on the outskirts of Charlotte, and he gives a speech that was a very nationally themed speech, with the balloons and the red, white, and blue bunting, but he's doing it to 400 New York delegates in the local press corps rather than addressing what would be more natural, which is the Democratic Party television.
Now, do you think if his fellow New Yorker were speaking at this convention, Hillary Clinton, who can't because she's Secretary of State, if she were speaking here this week, do you think he might have been more tempted to appear?
That's an interesting question. I think whenever you talk about New York and the future, it's hard to talk about Cuomo's career path without acknowledging the affection and stature that Hillary has, certainly the loyalty of the New York delegation, and obviously the admiration of the party more generally. You saw the poll that came out this week. 68% of delegates, according to a Bloomberg poll, prefer Hillary. Nobody comes close. Nobody else in double digits. So that's a real reality. That's something he would run into.
And what's your sense of their personal relationship?
I think, interestingly enough, Andrew Cuomo feels close to Bill Clinton. He worked for him in the administration. I think he identifies with him politically, perhaps even more than he identifies with his father. He thinks of the skills that Clinton has as skills similar to what he has. So I think the relationship as far as the Clinton family goes with Andrew is really Bill, less than Hillary.
Okay. And before we go, you're Metro editor of the New York Times. The Cuomos are known for picking up the phone and calling editors at the New York Times. How often do you hear from the governor complaining about coverage?
My voicemail's probably full right now. He is a frequent frequent presence in the lives of those who cover him. He has a lot of opinions about coverage, and he's not afraid to share them.
Thank you, Carolyn. Okay, that's it for me. Back to the arena. Take it away, Marcus.
Thank you so much, Rick. I'm joined now by Cecile Richards, president of the Planned Parenthood Federation of America, to talk more about abortion rights and women's issues in this election. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks very much for having me.
Now, I wonder, given especially your position on these issues, if you aren't surprised that the traditional gender gap, where Democrats usually receive more support from women and Republicans more from men, is not larger in this election campaign. And is it because Republicans are right when they say economic issues are women's issues and it's the economy sucking support away from the president?
Well, actually, I think that, the gender gap, I think, has been pretty large, and I think what we'll see this week, there's been an enormous focus at the Democratic Convention this week on the issue of of equal pay, of access to health care. There's been, frankly, no more important issue that's been discussed by a lot of the speakers than women's rights. And I think as women are beginning at post-Labor Day to focus on this election, you're going to see there's a stark contrast between President Obama and Mitt Romney. I watched the convention down in Tampa, and I feel like there was a lot of talk about how they love women, but when it gets down to specifics, I think the difference between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama on women's issues is really vast, and that includes economic issues.
What is the basket of issues that Planned Parenthood Federation of America is working toward? I wondered, are you guys figuring out how many Supreme Court justices the next president may get to appoint, and what effect that may have on abortion rights? And why has that not been an issue really that has resonated in every election campaign?
Well, let me say one thing, too. I should just correct. I'm here in my capacity as the president of the Planned Parenthood Action Fund. That's how we do our advocacy work. So, sure. I think the Supreme Court is going to be critically important. The next president absolutely will appoint at least one justice, who knows how many. And I think women, basic rights, Roe certainly hangs in the balance. I think that folks know that. But really, we've been focused on, I think, some of the issues that you're seeing in this campaign are much more bread and butter issues. Women's access to family planning services. Mitt Romney has said he's going to get rid of Planned Parenthood or actually end all of the federal support for family planning, for breast and cervical cancer screening for 5 million women. issues that really affect women in a day-to-day kind of, bread and butter issues. So that's really the concern. I think also the Affordable Care Act, which has been the single most important expansion of women's access to health care in this country in my lifetime, provides so many new benefits for women. And of course, Mr. Romney's also said that day one, he gets rid of that. And I think that as women begin to focus on these differences, these are issues that are going to widen the gender gap.
In the media, we talk a lot about how this is very much a tied election. The candidates are tied, and how this country is an equally divided country in many ways. For President Obama to be reelected, he really does have to run up a large majority of female voters.
Right.
What does he have to do between now and Election Day for that to happen?
Well, first, I think it's an important point. Women will be the majority of voters in November. They always are. And I think, again, you're right, the gender gap is going to be critical. I think what the president needs to do, and I think what he is doing, is explain what he's done for women. I mean, if you look at, just look at health care. The fact that women are now going to be able to get all their preventive care under insurance plans for no copay, that's a direct economic benefit. That means their breast cancer screenings, their cervical cancer screenings, their well women visits, their birth control. The second point that's been made a lot here at this convention is that women can't be denied health care coverage anymore because of a pre-existing condition. This affects millions of women and families every year. And the third is, for the very first time, we don't have to pay more for insurance coverage than men. I mean, this is the first time that gender rating will be no longer allowed. And so, again, I think you've heard this refrain that being a woman is no longer a pre-existing condition in America. And that's for women. That's a fundamental health care and a financial issue.
Ms. Richards, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Great to be here, Marcus. Thanks.
We're going to toss now to the floor where Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina is addressing the delegates.
Turning down the war in Afghanistan, done. And he championed a Veterans Job Corps to put our returning veterans back to work. President Obama's actions saved jobs throughout the automobile industry, 1 million jobs overall. Now, Ford and Chrysler are making record profits again, and General Motors has regained its position as #1. And President Obama's courage made affordable, accessible, quality health care a right, not a privilege. We should not run from the term Obamacare. I am glad Obama cares. Because Obama cares, children born with diabetes can no longer be denied coverage on their parents' insurance policies. Because Obama cares, people with catastrophic illnesses can no longer be dropped from coverage when they get sick. Families will no longer have their benefits capped. This preacher's kid is told by Romans 13, verse 12, the night is far spent, the day is at hand. Let us cast off the works of darkness and put on the armor of light. Let us go from this place, lighting candles all across this great country, and re-elect President Barack Obama and Vice President Joe Biden so they can continue lighting candles and moving this country forward.
There was lots of criticism that the Democrats had also taken the word God out of the platform before they put it back in during this convention. But we just heard a little bit of God coming back in there. That was Representative Jim Clyburn of South Carolina speaking. We're going to turn now to another one of our voter profiles. Carolyn has been a strong Obama supporter since 2008, but economic troubles have made it difficult for her to help the president this time around. Let's listen to our story.
It feels really bad not to have a job right now. It's not a good scene. I know I'm not the only one. There's millions of Americans that It's just sad to me that I'm a well able-bodied person that should be working. In 2008, I was really active in the campaign of President Obama. I was able to do that because my husband was working. I was a stay-at-home mom. We didn't have a lot, but it was important for our family, for me to be at home with our child, you know, and guiding him and taking care of him. And so I was able to have those hours of free time. And what I ended up doing was knocking on doors, making those phone calls, giving house parties. Unfortunately, the things that have changed for me now are I'm no longer with my husband. I'm a single parent. My life was flipped upside down. In the past, it's been really easy for me to get jobs. But now I'm finding that something has changed. Since 2010, I've applied for hundreds of jobs, at least 300. Security guard to childcare to fast food, nonprofits, you name it. I've sought at what is out there that I believe that I could do. In 2008, I voted for Barack Obama, and in 2012 now, I feel like he did not let me down one bit. I don't blame the economy on him. Even now, I just see that he's been fighting to correct what's wrong with our economy. This year, I'm not so involved in the campaign as I was in 2008. And the only reason why I'm not involved right now is because of my personal situation. I'm in crises. I need to find a job. I need to get my life stable for myself and my son.
The situation that voters like Mrs. Essex face represents a real challenge for the Obama campaign. Adam Nagorny joins me now to talk more about it. Adam, thanks for being back.
Sure, my pleasure.
Is there a potential impact of there being fewer and less energized, more stressed or more strapped volunteers working for the Obama campaign this time than last time?
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest problems with the Obama campaign has faced this time is the comparative lack of energy, or the fact a lot of people are dispirited by what's happened over the past 4 years. It includes only people of lower income, but also young people. And I think they've really been trying to make an effort to change that. What you're seeing here, to a large extent, particularly during the early hours of this convention, is an attempt to re-energize the president's base by talking in part by base issues, abortion, gay rights, but also by trying to present the economic policies that President Obama would offer as a threat to people like the woman that you guys just profiled.
As you said, they're trying to energize their base. So far, objectively, and even some conservatives have commented, the Democrats have had a pretty successful convention, politically speaking, so far. With a few hiccups. We'll see what the president does tonight. Are there dangers coming out of a successful convention for the Democrats?
The dangers I see coming out of the convention, and we don't know yet. One is that there's an overemphasis or perception of an overemphasis on social issues, again, like gay marriage and abortion. Does that scare off some independent voters who might not feel that passionately about the issue? Remember, in Tampa, the Republicans didn't talk about these issues at all. They know how they feel about them. They didn't feel a need to sort of push them up. That's one sort of danger. The other thing is, one of the hiccups you referred to was the platform, the early platform, where they excluded the language Jerusalem as the sort of capital of Israel and reference to God, and they put it back in with some boos. That's the kind of issue that can come back and haunt the Democrats. But generally, those are the two main things that I see are really kind of problems. Obviously, we got to wait to see how the president does tonight.
Adam, don't go away. Right now, we're going to toss down to the floor where actress Scarlett Johansson is addressing the delegates.
Voters between the ages of 18 and 24 voted, less than half. Young America, why are we only speaking with half our voice when so many issues at stake here directly affect us? You know who I'm voting for. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. I'm here to ask you to commit to vote. It's never been easier than now. You can go to commit.barackobama.com to register, find your polling location, any other information that you need. It's that easy. You know, earlier this week, Chelsea Clinton reminded us that we are the generation who feel our voices haven't been heard. So vote so that your voice is heard. Over the last 2 days, we've been reminded...
Let's turn now to the topic of political conversions. Former Obama supporter Artur Davis spoke to the Republicans in Tampa, and Charlie Crist, the former Republican governor of Florida, is speaking here tonight to Democrats. We talked to some Florida Democratic delegates about how they feel about their foe turned friend.
I wasn't surprised when Governor Crist announced that he was going to be speaking here, or that he had spoken in support of what the Democratic values and principles are.
We all knew in his heart he had Democratic principles. It's about time that he stand up for what he believes in and speak about it.
He's got a lot to offer, and I would welcome him to the Democratic Party.
Charlie was very moderate when he was governor. He fought with a lot of our Democrats on great issues. And I think that this just gives us a chance to see who he really is.
I think him speaking at our convention is going to be motivating to a lot of our independent voters who supports him.
So, Adam, do these political converts make a difference? Do they influence especially independents or undecideds?
You know, I don't know. They might. I mean, a couple of things. Without speaking disrespectfully of anyone we're talking about, people who do this tend to be a little bit, you know, out there. I mean, I remember, I don't know how many independents are going to respond to Chris Christie. I think that voters look at them and go, I mean, they're going from one party to the other. It's just a little odd. And the most famous one I remember is Zell Miller, right, who endorsed Bush.
Democrat of Georgia.
Right, and that was really, really strong language. I don't really know that made that much of a difference, but you know what? They're always like great entertainment, and I think that campaigns now think that they have to have at least one at every convention, otherwise it'll be like not having a balloon drop, even though we don't have a balloon drop tonight, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we will talk about that later, but let's talk about it now because you brought it up.
I'm obsessed with this.
Do you think the Republicans are going to show their balloon drop, which was amazing, with incredibly cute kids, being doused in balloons, the grandkids of the Romneys, and the Democrats will have no balloons because, again, we moved this event from the stadium over here to the arena, and they have no balloons here.
We think they don't, right? But looking at it, they don't appear to. Look, I think in the stadium they weren't going to have balloons. They were going to have firecrackers, fireworks, which are pretty awesome. But, this is one of those old line sort of political things. I don't really know what makes that much of a difference. The main thing is it's the end of the convention. Balloons are coming down. Confetti's going up. It looks good. The photographers love it, but I don't think it's make it or break it.
You don't think the Republicans are going to talk about how the Democrats had no balloons?
I think the Republicans are more likely to talk about the platform, actually.
What are you looking for tonight? What are you looking for from the president?
For the president, I'm interested to see a couple of things. I'm interested to see how much he talks about the past, how much he tries to explain what he might view as sort of his lack of accomplishments. I'm not saying he hasn't accomplished a lot. Does he blame the Republicans? And how much he talks about the future. I want to see how he rebuts what I thought was Mr. Romney's most interesting argument to independent voters, which is that you like this guy, he's an admirable guy, but he's in over his head, you got to fire him. And that was an interesting kind of argument. I want to see how the president reacts to that tonight. And third of all, he's got to do some contrast with Romney, obviously. I don't think he will, but I want to see whether he'll hit the sort of really kind of sharp, almost personal stuff he did on taxes in vain coming up into the convention. My guess is you'll see a much more ideological, I'm cheating a little since he's in advance, ideological, Romney will take the country this way and I'll take the country that way and stuff. I think it's a really interesting way to frame the election.
Do you think the country is as divided, really, as it was in 2002? Really a tied nation or not?
I think it is, yeah. I mean, not quite tied, but I think this is a really divided country. There's only a small number of voters who are up to grab. And Republicans who are Republicans are not going to budge. And Democrats who are Democrats are not going to budge, I mean, all these elections have been decided by a couple of points either way for the past, at least since 2000. I don't see any sign of that changing.
All right. Adam McGorney, we'll keep watching the campaign with you. Thanks for being here. Up next, we have a conversation with the boss. Rick Burke sat down earlier with executive editor Jill Abramson to talk about media coverage of how media coverage of the conventions has changed.
Jill, we've been to a lot of these conventions. What's different this time in terms of press coverage?
What seems different to me is that I go back to working in the election unit of NBC News in 1980 when there's gavel-to-gavel TV coverage. And of course at these conventions the amount of actual coverage of what's going on in the convention halls has been scaled even further back than in previous years. So that's a big difference, and also there are all kinds of political websites and live streaming video and social media that's trying to fill that gap.
What kind of pressures do you think it puts on not only the Times but on other news organizations when we try to do video, social media, everything else, and try to be authoritative and smart about the articles we write? That's a tall order, you know.
It is a tall order, and definitely has cut into the amount of time that reporters used to spend drinking and having lavish dinners after deadline, because that isn't how the news cycle works anymore. And I'm so impressed with my colleagues here in Charlotte and also in Tampa and how much they manage to juggle while still giving in-depth coverage and taking readers and viewers and other people by the hand and behind the curtain, behind the public drama, and exposing what's really going on behind the scenes.
Now, when we used to come to conventions, there'd be lots of print newspapers that we were competing with. Now it's, you know, you were telling me you barely have time to read the papers anymore. There's so much coming at us on the web and print. Do you feel more of a threat, more pressure than in the past?
I've never felt a threat, and I don't feel more pressure from than I did in the past. But, you know, I think people have made grand pronouncements such as Twitter is the front page of politics now. And it's true that a lot of tuned in political reporters certainly follow the news and tweets by the nanosecond. But I don't think that that's really changed the fundamental nature of what we do here, which is really plunge into the issues, the advisors to the candidates, facets of the candidates themselves that require a lot of digging and interviewing and work, and that I don't see that diminished one bit.
The strong middle class.
And in terms of what we traditionally do, there's the age-old question of how do you cover a convention and not without getting sort of pulled in to the spin from the candidates and from what we see on the floor when we're in the arena.
We believe that we're all in this together is a far better philosophy than you're on your own.
We were talking this morning about how, you know, it looked like Clinton did pretty well last night, but how do we really know out in the country what the response was? How do we guard against that, whether it's at a Republican convention or a Democratic convention?
Well, I think the important job for the Times isn't to grade the different speeches here, but it is to figure out what they tell us about the next 2 months when this election will be decided.
We know that investments in education and infrastructure and scientific and technological research increase growth. They increase good jobs, and they create new wealth for all the rest of us.
And what fascinated me, and I think our reporters, about Bill Clinton's speech wasn't whether it was effective or not, but the issues that he promoted, the way he was going after specific groups of voters and what he chose to speak about. And that was true of Michelle Obama's speech, too.
Sometimes people make fun of us, or we make fun of ourselves for going to parties.
You and me making fun?
But we go to parties and events and dinners, but isn't that all part of the news gathering process?
It is part of the news gathering process, and at some dinners that I attended in Tampa and here in Charlotte, I saw sources of mine from 20 years ago who still know what's going on behind the scenes in the campaigns, who know about secret things like fundraising and big donors, who know how the themes of the fall campaign are being shaped. And it's a useful opportunity to, the political community is here, both Republicans and Democrats. And it's a good place to do actual reporting, even for an executive editor and grizzled veteran like me.
Cannot help herself.
I cannot help myself. That is true.
This arena just erupted because former Representative Gabby Gifford gave the Pledge of Allegiance, and it was an incredible reaction here in the hall. I'm joined now by Jeff Selmy. That reaction continues now, Jeff.
I mean, there's no one who symbolizes sort of the heart of not just Democrats, but really patriotism and public service than Gabby Giffords. This moment reminds me very much of being in the House of Representatives chamber during the State of the Union address when Gabby Giffords came in as well. So I think that was a nice bit of stagecraft by Democrats, but really it makes everyone feel well that she's doing this good. And now we have Caroline Kennedy here too, so two very strong back-to-back arrivals.
Let's actually toss now down to the floor and hear what Caroline Kennedy has to say.
Honor to join you tonight for the most important reason I can imagine, to make sure that Barack Obama is re-elected President of the United States. 4 years ago, I was inspired by the way Senator Obama had lived his life, fighting for jobs, giving hope to the hopeless, and working day in and day out for the America he believes in. I was inspired by Barack Obama's vision for America, an America where we look out for one another, where we take responsibility for our sisters and brothers, and most of all, for our children. Back then, I was inspired by the promise of Barack Obama's presidency. Today, I'm inspired by his record. Over the past 4 years, we have had a president who has committed himself and his administration to the values that made America great: economic fairness, equal opportunity, and the belief that if each of us gives back to this country we love, and all of us work together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Those are the ideals that my father and my uncles fought for. Those are the ideals I believe in. And this election is about whether we will advance those ideals or let them be swept away. Like my father's election in 1960, this is one of those elections where the future of our country is at stake. And women and children have the most on the line. The president has been a champion for women's rights. The first bill he signed was to make sure women can fight for equal pay for equal work. His commitment to women...
That's quite a 1-2 punch here in the arena. Gabby Giffords followed by Carolyn Kennedy, and doing what we said all week long the Democrats would have to do this week, which is remind people both why they voted for Barack Obama, but also why they should send him back to the White House. Jeff?
I mean, this speech by Caroline Kennedy really reminds a lot of Democrats in this hall of that critical moment in the 2008 primary campaign when Caroline Kennedy and her uncle, Senator Teddy Kennedy, endorsed Senator Barack Obama. That was a critical moment in his political career, and she is trying to remind people why they liked him, why they supported him. It's the first time in more than a generation, a couple generations, there's not a Kennedy currently serving in office in Washington. So people are very happy to hear Caroline tonight.
It means a lot to these Democrats in the hall. Does it mean a lot to the swing voters out and the independent voters out in America?
I'm not sure that swing voters really follow their direction from the Kennedy family, but this is which is one of the reasons that she's not speaking in the final hour, during the time of network coverage. But there's no question that I think she doesn't give that many public speeches. So I think that Democrats everywhere, and women in particular,
She's making the women's argument, sure.
have a message that that resonates.
I got to ask you this question. Vice President Joe Biden will, of course, speak tonight as well as the president. But Joe Biden, according to the schedule, won't be speaking in that hour either, in that final hour. Are the Democrats afraid of what he might say?
I don't think they're afraid. I don't think they're afraid of what he might say. He will be. He's going to be on stage with the president during the final hour. But NBC is actually broadcasting 2 hours tonight to make up for last night when they were playing football instead of a Clinton speech. So he will be on that at least. But Vice President Biden has a special role. It's not to build up the president as much, but I think he still has a fondness among Democrats, at least in this hall. But to be frank, he's not as a necessary of a figure in this ticket as he was 4 years ago when he was very critical in helping voters feel comfortable with President Obama.
All right. Well, Jeff, you'll be here in the next hour, so you'll talk some more about all these issues. I wonder if you could tell me before we go where the candidates are going tomorrow after.
Mark, it's interesting. You can always tell what states are important by their travel schedules. President Obama, Vice President Biden going up to New Hampshire, then flying to Iowa. Governor Romney is going to be in Iowa in the morning and then flying to New Hampshire. So those two states that started all of this are getting some more attention here in the final 2 months of this general election race.
And the fact that those are actually small number of electoral votes, and yet they may make a difference.
Everyone counts getting to 270. That is the goal here.
Excellent. Jeff, always a pleasure to be with you.
Marcus, thank you.
And that's it for me for tonight. The Opinion Desk takes over now for a few minutes, and then Megan Lieberman will be back in this chair to anchor the next hour. I'm Marcus Mabry, and thanks for watching the New York Times.
Hello, everyone. I'm Charles Blow. I'm here with my colleague, Frank Bruni. Frank, you have been doing Google Hangouts for the last couple of weeks with voters. I joined you for one of those.
Yeah, that's right.
Tell us about what a Google Hangout is. What have you learned in the last couple of weeks?
What a Google Hangout is. We had voters from around the country joining us via their webcams and their computers at a Google Hangout where you and I sat one day. I sat with other colleagues. We were trying to get people who aren't the hyper-engaged, hyper-partisan people who are here at the conventions, but are more like television viewers, watching it from that perspective. We gathered across 4 panels, 22 different voters. We found them because they were Times readers in a few cases. More often they were found by our polling operation in the course of doing that. And they represented a really diverse ideological spectrum, racial spectrum, men, women, all of that sort of diversity.
Right.
With them, we had discussions about 4 different topics. We started out talking about talking with Obama supporters who were giving Romney a careful look because of their frustrations.
On that one.
You were on that one with me. That's right. After that, when we lost you, sadly, we went on to talk to a group of women about the prominence of women's issues in this election, the way they're being discussed. We then went on and talked to people about bipartisanship, how little of it we've seen, and how they feel about that. And then lastly, we talked to people who have really lived the troubled economy. And in all of them, especially in the bipartisanship one of the most striking impressions was how frustrated people are with the tone in Washington and how much they wish they would see more cooperation there. And our first clip is a gentleman named Larry talking about what he sees and what he wishes he'd see.
We have clips. Let's go.
All we have now is confrontation. What I'm looking for is just people to talk. Maybe get the top 3 Democrats and Republicans who actually want to work with each other and let them start a dialogue. Confrontation doesn't get anything. It's just been one after another. And if you keep this up, again, I say 2016 before we do this all over again.
Our next clip is from the discussion we had with women's voters. And they talked a lot about hearing about the war on women, about what that meant, and some of their concerns and frustrations with the way women's issues are being framed in this election. You're going to hear from Dawn, who is a Tea Party organizer from San Diego, and Danielle, who's a young Democrat from Boston.
What I hear you guys saying is that what you think the biggest concern is for women is who makes the decision about whether it's reproductive or our health care or any of that. Am I understanding that correctly? Who makes that decision?
I think it's the greatest current threat. I don't think it's necessarily what women see as most important in their lives. I think women, like men,
want to be able to have a good job, have a good education, live a happy life. We don't all want to spend our lives fighting political battles.
In our panel about the troubled economy and people who've really lived that troubled economy, we had Republicans, we had Democrats, and all of them, despite their political persuasion, were feeling that whatever Washington is doing, they're bungling it. In some cases, they felt they were doing too little. In some cases, too much. Sue, who's a Romney supporter from West Palm Beach, Florida, is going to talk about an instance in which she thinks they did the wrong thing.
Okay.
I lost my job in July of last year, so it's been over a year, and I'm still looking. I think they should give people that are unemployed a stimulus. Like, I'll take some. Send me $1 million or something. That would sure help me get started again.
And that's going to take raising taxes, though.
Hey.
That's okay. You know what? That's okay, though. We need, in some cases, we need to pay more taxes.
Now, Charles, one of the interesting wrinkles to the employment panel was that between the time they were chosen to come on camera or come to the Google Hangout and the time it happened, some of them had had reversals of fortune. And you're going to hear right now from them.
Okay.
Good evening, America. My name is Steve Stapleton. I'm from Akron, Ohio, and I'm a Democrat. I lost a job in retail I had for 22 years, 8 months last year. It took me a year and 3 months and applying for about 200 jobs to replace that job, and I just started a new job yesterday.
Hi, my name is Reagan Bird. I'm a Democrat from Aurora, Colorado, and after graduating college with my undergraduate degree, I was unemployed for about 2 years. And then I recently became employed as an administrative assistant yesterday, actually.
Hi, I'm Larry Firestein. Right now I'm in New York, but a registered independent voter out of Colorado. I'm a franchise executive, but have been on the employment roller coaster since 2007, but did get a job 3 weeks ago.
Now, what I find so interesting about that is we hear that the economy may be turning, that between now and Election Day, things are or might be getting better. And it's interesting to wonder, these three finding employment so recently, is that just a random coincidence, or is that great news for Barack Obama?
Or you're a good luck charm.
Yeah. Well, I'm a good luck charm, clearly. They had an appointment with me and everything changed.
Yeah. So, how representative do you think the group of 22 that you talked to? Are these more of the independent-minded voters? Are these switchable voters? What was your general takeaway?
Some of them seemed like they could be switched. Some of them have a preference that seems to be getting stronger and stronger. It's interesting. We're all looking at these polls. We're wondering about convention bounces, all that sort of stuff. I sensed in these people, to the extent they were representative, that Obama really is the favorite still. He still has the inside track. For all of their frustrations, they didn't lay the lion's share of the blame at the president's doorstep.
And did they have any effect on each other as they spoke, being from, kind of different, having different ideologies? Did they seem to kind of sway each other in any way?
Not so much sway each other as reinforce each other's frustrations.
Really?
Whenever the topic turned to how nobody in Washington gets along or gets anything accomplished, it was interesting. It was like watching.
There's broad agreement.
It was like watching a fire get bigger and bigger. Huh. I think one of the real stories right now of American government in this election is just how fed up people are getting with a Washington, D.C. and a Congress and a congressional presidential relationship in which there's so little chance of anything constructive getting done. And, interestingly, Charles, when you ask them, okay, so after the election, let's say your preferred candidate wins, do you think that person is going to be able to break this logjam? No one really seemed to think so.
I think you have developed real relationships. These people are going to be emailing you back.
I have actually gotten emails from some of these people already. Yeah, I think they want some political psychotherapy, and I just don't have what it takes.
That's great. Thanks, Frank. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You can watch all 4 Google Hangout discussions on NewYorkTimes.com.
I'm Megan Lieberman, live from Charlotte for the next hour. We'll hear from the president and the vice president soon, but in the meantime, we have a lot of speakers and a lot to talk about. And I'm here again with Jeff Zeleny.
Hey, Megan.
So, Jeff, we have some limited excerpts of the president's speech. What do you know that he's going to say?
Well, the White House is going to is sending the signal that the president tonight is going to ask for patience. He's going to say that he was handed a very tough economic situation, and he's going to say that things are moving along. He understands they're not moving along as fast as they would like, but he's going to ask for a little bit more time. And just in the reporting I've done today with the campaign advisors and senior administration officials, they say that this speech is a time for the president to not only sort of rebuild his or repair his connection, which is frayed in the minds of some voters, but also look forward and offer some not heavy policy specifics, but just sort of some
affirmative vision
and some comfort language to show that he is on this. It is going to be similar to what we heard from President Clinton last night, but not as much detail. That speech was designed specifically to sort of fill in everything below, and President Obama is going to sort of put the upper layers on the cake here tonight.
Let's pick up a little bit where you and Marcus left off about what happens tomorrow. Conventions are over. It starts right away back into reality with those jobs numbers tomorrow morning, doesn't it?
9 hours after President Obama accepts this Democratic Party's nomination, he is going to have to respond to the latest jobs report. This is the August unemployment report. We're going to see 3 more of these before Election Day, the first Friday of every month. And it is going to inject a little bit of reality into the campaign. These conventions sort of create their own weather systems, if you will. And this crowd is very excited and animated about this president, but the unemployment numbers could sort of bring the balloon back to reality a little bit. But the reality is that most voters already know the unemployment figures will not be that good. It just sort of interrupts any type of good feeling into the weekend that the White House hopes this president will get from this speech.
Yeah, we feel like a lot of the sort of economic data is already kind of baked into the polls at this point.
It is. And it's how people feel in their own lives. It's not necessarily what the national unemployment number is. But look, a good unemployment number, if the unemployment rate would fall below 8%, I think that would be good. And the crowd you hear behind us is reacting to former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm. No one makes that economic case, or a few people make that economic case better among Democrats than her in Michigan. So this is the core of what the president will argue tonight. The automobile industry. He saved it. He rescued it. Democrats believe that that is the spine of his argument, and that's what brought the crowd to its feet here a moment ago.
And that's going to be a big part of his swing state argument. We also get back to sort of all swing states all the time, starting tomorrow, as you and Marcus were saying, in the sort of crossing paths in some of these swing states.
New Hampshire, Iowa. The president is going to Florida on Saturday and Sunday for a 2-day bus tour up the critical I-4 corridor from Tampa Bay all the way to Daytona. Next week he's going to Colorado and Nevada. So really what we're seeing here are about 9 battleground states, from Nevada in the west, stretching across the middle of the country, Colorado, Iowa. Wisconsin is the place to watch, though. The Democratic Super PAC, Priorities USA, today announced that they were placing new television advertisements. It's a state that worries the Obama campaign.
The Democrats have gone up with ads in Wisconsin, right?
But Wisconsin is traditionally a swing state. In 2000 and 2004, the Democrats narrowly won it. And with Paul Ryan on the ticket, it energizes Republicans just a little bit more.
We're going to let this crowd cheer for a minute. One thing that we are going to be looking for in the next couple of weeks is where that ad money is going, because it'll tell us really where the campaigns are concerned about the vote.
And as we listen to this, I'm struck by Governor Granholm's, former Governor Granholm's, really passionate argument here. The Romney campaign was hoping to put Michigan in play. I think putting Michigan in play is going to be difficult. Governor Granholm.
We're going to listen to the floor. We're going to toss to the floor now so that we can hear some of this.
Detroit go bankrupt, who took the wheel? Barack Obama! When America was losing 750,000 jobs per month, who gave us a lift? Barack Obama! When American markets broke down, who jump-started our engine? Barack Obama! And when America needed it most, who got us rolling again on the road to recovery? forward. The R is for reverse. In this election, we are driving forward, not back. Let's re-elect our great president, Barack Obama.
So, Jeff, as you can hear, she's getting quite a rousing reception here. That's about as impassioned a defense of the president's record, and particularly on the economy and the auto industry, as we've heard so far.
No question. I mean, that is really, if you could do one bumper sticker message for an accomplishment of this White House, at least in the eyes of Democrats and a lot of those independent swing voters out there, it is the rescue of the automotive industry. And it is a deep challenge for Governor Romney. He had tried to put Michigan, his native state, in play. It remains a tough state for him.
And that let Detroit go bankrupt op-ed is just haunts him in the Midwest, doesn't it?
It is, and that editorial was actually in the New York Times a few weeks after the 2008 election. To be fair here, the headline "Let Detroit Go Bankrupt" was written by exactly. It was written by a headline writer, not Governor Romney. But his point is that he believed that the bailout of the auto industry was the wrong way to go, and it doesn't resonate as strongly as it did a year or two ago. I talked to Governor Rick Snyder, the new governor of Michigan, at the Republican convention, and he said that he thinks people have largely moved on beyond it. But we're going to know if Michigan is a real competitive state if Governor Romney spends money there. As of now, he's not.
What else are you looking for in this next couple of weeks coming out of this convention? Do we think excerpts from these speeches are going to make their ways into commercials? What other things are you looking at?
I'm told that the Obama campaign is shooting a commercial tonight. We are going to see a mix of President Clinton last night with President Obama's speech tonight. It is going to be on the air, if everything works right, by tomorrow or the weekend. They want to try and trump that jobs report and try and take this message out into the states. But really what we have here is a critical month ahead. There's 3 full weeks of campaigning before the first presidential debate in October 3rd in Denver. And that will be the next opportunity for the candidates to sort of reset the race. So the next 3 weeks, we will see a lot of campaigning in these 9 battleground states. Still economy at the center of these arguments.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Sonia.
Earlier, my colleague Adam McGurney caught up with Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, who's running this convention. He asked about a few bumps in the road this time. Here's what he had to say.
So talk to me about the speech tonight by President Obama. How important is it? What do you think he should be doing tonight? What are you looking for?
I'll tell you something. Let me start by saying that each night it gets better and better. Beginning with Michelle Obama, our First Lady, laying out her dreams, her aspirations, the president's values for their family and for our nation. And then getting to hear from President Clinton last night, that wasn't a speech, it was a tutorial. And he broke down this complicated algorithm and made it so simple, and really laid out the differences between the failed Bush policies that got him to deficits when he was elected president, and the free fall that the Bush 41's failed policies brought us in terms of the economy. 3.5 million jobs lost.
Did Clinton do a better job, you think, of making Obama's case than Obama has been doing?
Well, I think Clinton did a great job of really setting the paths forward, laying out the record, sharing with people the difference between our party and the Republican Party when it comes to these issues. I think the president tonight will compare and contrast the 2 paths ahead, crystallize the choices before us. There'll be soaring rhetoric, but there'll also be facts to back up what he says.
Will you talk about Romney?
We made sure that throughout this convention that we were focused on the facts. A lot was said that the Republican convention, I think that one of their top officials said they wouldn't let the facts get in the way.
The facts were not going to be ruled by fact checkers.
They weren't going to be ruled by
the president quoted
fact
that
checkers.
last night.
And I think in contradistinction, we very much want to make sure that everything we say is evidence-based, data-based, and based on the facts.
How much do you think the president should be talking about Romney tonight? In other words, President Obama, If you're Clinton, you have a lot of leeway to slash and burn.
I don't think he's going to talk about Romney as much as he's going to talk about the path ahead, where we've been, where he wants us to be, how we get there. But I think he'll mention, obviously, Romney. He's got to compare and contrast, but he'll focus on what we're going to do with another 4 years.
Do you think that until now the president has made a strong case for his own re-election? Have we heard that yet? Because I heard a lot of people saying last night, wow, I
think we have made. I think the president's made a strong case for his re-election. I think Democrats have overall. There's no question that Bill Clinton framed it in a way that I think was easy to comprehend.
Which is what you want to do as a candidate,
and we should use that as a template. People said to me, is it a game changer as far as this election? You're going to get a bump. I can't tell you what kind of bump. I think we will get a bump. I can't tell you by how much. I do believe that this speech is a template for what we need to be saying and doing going into the future. And I think he did about as good a job of explaining a very difficult situation. You know, when people see that they're out of work and that there's still so many people unemployed, it's hard to understand how we got here, what we've done to get us out of here, what we're going to do going into the future. I think President Clinton laid it out in a way that was easy to understand.
Do you think that he gave a roadmap that Obama maybe should follow for the next 2 months?
I think he gave a roadmap that all of us are going to follow, a tutorial, if you will. And what he did as well is say Obama's policies are Clinton's policies, and Clinton's policies are Obama's policies. Their policies focus on building an economy from the middle out, a policy focused on an opportunity America that means we have to invest in education, in workforce training, in R&D and infrastructure. A policy that says we want to protect Medicare, we want to fight our deficits, but we want to do it in a way that doesn't decimate that program and turn it into a voucher program in the way the Republicans want to. We want to balance the budget, very akin to what Simpson Bowles did, $4 trillion in spending cuts, but also the revenues we need, closing the tax loopholes, not extending the Bush tax cuts to the top 2%, which will only take us to where we were in the Clinton years, where we generated $23 million and went from deficits to surpluses.
And I'm joined now by Adam McGurney, live and in person.
Hello.
So, Adam, what struck you about your conversation with the mayor?
A number of things. One thing that was interesting was that he was very admiring of what a good job he thought that President Clinton did last night. And I asked him a couple of times, as some of us probably saw, whether or not he thought that Obama could take some lessons from Clinton, and whether or not he thought that Clinton had done a better job of making Obama's case than Obama has until now.
Which many people have said today.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think he's one of the people who thought that. And I think that the mayor is hoping that the president takes some pointers from President Clinton as he goes forward and sort of frames the campaign as the ball ahead.
To what extent do you feel like President Obama is competing with President Clinton from last night in this speech tonight?
You know, I wrote something about that today for the webpage. You know, there's some element of that, but the fact of the matter is we write that stuff all the time. Obama always seems to rise to his moment, and I think he's very competitive, and he likes the fact, you know, that's happening.
That he has something to compete against.
Yeah, I mean, what he really is going to compete against is against his speech of 2004
and
also 2004.
Right.
But I don't think, I mean, I thought he gave a really good speech. I thought Mrs. Obama gave a really good speech. I thought Romney and Mrs. Romney gave a good speech, but ultimately, he's competing against himself. So.
What do you think are his main challenges in giving this speech tonight?
Well, I think that one thing that this convention has accomplished so far is really making the case against Romney. You're hearing it behind us right now. You know, on him as a businessman, him not putting out his taxes, him just sort of being out of touch, as they say. I'm not saying that. So I think he needs to go beyond that, and I think we should look to him to sort of frame the difference, the election as a difference between two very views of government, which is true. I mean, Romney and Ryan have a very different view of what government should be than Obama. And my guess is that's how we'll do it. What I'm interested to see is whether or not, I guess he won't make it, but whether or not he'll sort of reprise some of the more negative stuff that he's been talking about on the campaign trail over the past 2 weeks. And again, the Bain stuff and the tax stuff.
How much do we think he'll just mention Mitt Romney at all, specifically? Do we think he'll
I don't know. That's a great question. I mean, I've seen excerpts of the
only
text.
the very limited stuff we've seen.
He can't ignore him, but I think he needs to sort of I guess he will portray him as someone he respects very much, good governor, blah, blah, but someone with whom he has profound differences and who the American people don't know enough about. Right. It's, it's hard, but it's not that hard, right? It's like, that's what politicians do.
Maybe the hardest thing for him is rebutting what I think a lot of people, including I think he thought was one of the most effective parts of Romney's speech, which was the sense that a lot of Obama supporters maybe really like the president, but were disappointed in his performance.
That's correct.
And saying, that if the best you ever felt about him was the day you voted for him, there's something wrong.
Right.
So he does have to speak to that in some really direct way.
I think he does. I mean, I thought the most effective argument, or one of the most effective arguments in the Romney speech, was this idea, like, we all had such high expectations of him. We wanted him to succeed, Romney says. The Clinton people, the Obama people might dispute that. And he's still a good man, but we're disappointed in him. And I think that's kind of a powerful argument, because what Romney's basically saying is, divorce him. Watch the guy out of your hair, right? Yeah. Right. Exactly, right? So I think he's got to figure out a way to rebut that, whether it's to say, stick with me, we've done a lot more than you think we've done, or the choice is really bad. That's what I think he's really got to sort of rebut. That's one of the central arguments that I think is going to be going on tonight. These are very interesting speeches. They really sort of lay the stakes for a campaign, especially with a guy like Obama.
Thanks so much, Adam.
Sure, thank you.
And now Rick Burke is standing by in the media center. Take it away, Rick.
Thanks, Megan. Tonight, when the Obama family takes the stage, the public will catch a glimpse of the two girls who have been pretty well shielded from the campaign trail. But that doesn't mean their role is insignificant.
A little-known fact about Malia and Sasha Obama. Without them, their father might not be president of the United States. 8 years ago, when he ran for Senate in Illinois, he was an unfamiliar figure. He grew up in Indonesia and Hawaii. He was a black man, and advisors wondered, how are we going to make this guy relatable? His adorable young daughters really helped. The very first campaign trip the Obama family ever took together was designed to introduce the foursome to downstate Illinois voters who were mostly white. On that trip, Malia and Sasha became celebrities. Strangers wanted to feed them, to wave to them, even to touch them. Sasha Obama was turning just 3 years old.
If all of you decide you want to put your hand on that arc.
The Obamas vowed to protect their kids in the 2008 presidential race. The girls did some campaigning. They didn't always love it. After a broiling day in the media scrum of the Iowa State Fair, Malia very politely told an aide that she really didn't like cameras. But the Obama girls provided crucial reassurance to voters, especially in the wake of the controversy over Reverend Jeremiah Wright. Barack Obama wasn't a dangerous radical. He was the wholesome dad of two sweet young daughters.
The wild things roared their terrible roars and gnashed their...
And yet, the Obamas have protected their girls tightly. Their classmates have not posted Facebook photos of them. The girls have suffered none of the embarrassing public moments that the Bush girls or Chelsea Clinton did. In a political world that serves up a gaffe a day, the Obama girls have had none.
Do you try to keep the unpleasant nature of politics away?
Though the girls don't appear much in public, the Obamas talk about them incessantly, sharing heartwarming, charming stories.
I mean, Malia will ask Barack to explain macroeconomics.
Pollsters say that Barack Obama may win this election in part because many Americans just like him and his family. In other words, all of these years later, Malia and Sasha Obama are still not merely a part of their father's private life, but a vital part of his political one as well.
Jody Cantor joins me now. Now, Jody, I can't help but notice how grown up they've become. How did this happen?
That's everybody's first reaction. Forget sophisticated political analysis, right? The girls are big. Malia, who, used to be this little pipsqueak on the campaign trail, she is a varsity tennis player with a cell phone. Sasha, who used to be kind of her younger partner in crime, kind of grew up overnight over the summer. She looks amazingly womanlike. And, this is a kid who can chat in Mandarin. So these are not babies
anymore. That Mandarin
anymore.
really struck me. I thought, Mandarin, my gosh.
Yeah, she's chatted with Chinese leaders when they visited the White House.
I guess when you're pressured, when your parents are Barack and Michelle Obama, and you've written about Barack Obama's perfectionism and striving, I mean, it's pretty, they probably expect a lot from those girls, right?
You know, Barack Obama made a very unfortunate mistake early in the administration. He was giving an interview to Essence magazine, and he told the interviewer that Malia had gotten a 73 on a science test, and that he had told her, there's no reason you should get a 73 because you're capable of getting an A. She went back and studied, her grades got better, etc., etc. Malia was so horrified. Could you imagine getting a 73 on a science test and having your dad tell the entire country? And so he privately had to go back to apologize to her.
Now they've been pretty good about, as you say in the piece, about shielding the girls from the world and the press, and so they can live as normal life as possible if you live in the Oval Office or in the White House. But they're still using their kids as props in a way for the campaign. We saw Michelle Obama the other night talk about their conversations at the dinner table about middle school friends and so forth. So how do they draw the balance between using their kids but not overusing them?
Well, you're absolutely right. If you were going to try to think of the perfect antidote to the idea that Barack Obama is a dangerous, threatening, radical socialist.
I'm sorry, Jody. Charlie Crist is coming out. We're going to go live to the floor right now, and then we'll come back to you.
Optimism is in the air. And what an honor to be here with you to stand with President Barack Obama. Half a century ago, Ronald Reagan, the man whose optimism was inspiring to me to enter politics, he famously said at one time that he did not leave the Democratic Party, but the party left him. Well, listen, I can relate. I didn't leave the Republican Party, it left me. Then again, my friend Jeb Bush recently noted Reagan himself would have been too moderate, too reasonable for today's GOP. We face serious challenges in our country. We must create good middle-class jobs so we can have an economy that is built to last. We must rebuild our roads and bridges and improve our public schools. And particularly important to me and my state of Florida is the challenge of saving Medicare and Social Security so we can keep our promise to our seniors. But there are common sense solutions within our reach. If we only have leaders who are willing and enthusiastic to find common ground. No political party has a monopoly on that kind of leadership. But as a former lifelong Republican, it pains me to tell you that today's Republicans and their standard bearers, Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, just aren't up to the task. They're beholden to the my way or the highway bullies, indebted to billionaires who bankroll their ads, and allergic to the very idea of compromise. Ronald Reagan would not have stood for that. Barack Obama does not stand for that. You and I will not stand for that. I'll be honest with you. I don't agree with President Obama about everything, but I've gotten to know him, and I've worked with him, and the choice is crystal clear. When he took office, the economic crisis had already put my state of Florida on the edge of disaster. The foreclosure crisis was consuming homeowners. The tourists we depend on couldn't visit, and our vital construction industry had come to a standstill. President Obama saw what I saw, a catastrophe in the making, and he took action. One of his first trips in office brought him to Fort Myers, Florida, where I was proud to embrace him and his plan to keep our teachers, police, and firefighters on the job. Well, that hug caused me more grief.
There we listened to Charlie Crist. It's a twofer, as I see it, for President Obama. He's from Florida, and he was a Republican, and here he's attesting to the strengths of President Obama. What's your take on that?
You know, he sounded a note we've heard at this convention before, which is Democrats have been really inviting Republicans to vote for Barack Obama. Michelle Obama did the same thing in her speech. She said, you know, if you're a Republican or an independent, it's completely fine to vote for my husband. The political consultants, I think, call this creating a permission structure, saying even if you're a Republican, like Charlie Crist was or is for a long time, it's totally fine to go ahead and vote for Obama.
But do we really think Republicans are going to cross the line? Isn't this more aimed at some of the independents and wavering voters who may want to get a sense that maybe Obama's okay to vote for if they're wavering? I mean,
yeah, I think that's probably right. And I mean, it's not like Charlie Crist is this huge force in electoral politics, but I think also that people are harder to identify than ever, right? They identify less and less with parties, and so there may be more and more Charlie Crist types who are up for grabs.
Right. Well, let's get back to what we were originally talking about the Obama girls. Now, what's your sense about their political future? When you see Jenna Bush on television now, you see Chelsea Clinton out there on television stepping out. You know, what's your sense of that?
You know who they remind me of? There is this kind of tradition of the Democratic good girl, the precocious Democratic daughter from Carolyn Kennedy, who we saw tonight, to Chelsea Clinton, who is unusually mature for her age, who is very composed, even seemingly unflappable, who probably has seen a lot and felt a lot and experienced some difficult things, but never reveals it. And Malia and Sasha are almost kind of the heirs to that tradition.
But how do you appear at the convention on Thursday night and then show up at school tomorrow? I mean,
this is the ultimate work-life conflict. I mean, Rick, I'm a mom. My daughter started first grade today, and I missed it. This convention is full of people who have had to figure out, you know, how do you do the first week of school and do the convention? None more so than the Obama family. And I, you know, as I reported on the Obamas for the last couple of years, I found that this sort of logistical puzzle came up again and again and again. How do you have a normal family life when your dad is the president?
But if you were living in the White House, you just get, you know, Air Force One or two or something much easier, right?
Sure, although my daughter doesn't have to appear at a convention. I think that's the real issue, whether the girls were going to come. As late as last week, I was talking to some Obama aides, and they basically confessed that they didn't know what they were going to do yet, because nobody can make those decisions other than the 4 members of the Obama family. They're doing a super short trip. They'll be here tonight for their dad. They'll wave and hug him, and then after that, they will be back in Washington by midday tomorrow for school.
Tough schedule. Jody, thanks very much. Washington Bureau Chief David Leonhardt sat down earlier with Chief White House Economic Advisor Gene Sperling to talk about Obama's message.
What's the case you would make for why Democratic administrations have created more jobs than Republican ones?
Well, look, I'd say a couple of things. I think most importantly, it puts a bit of the lie in some of their attacks. In other words, when Democratic administrations have tried to do things like invest in things that are important to our competitiveness, or do things like stimulate demand when we've been in a free fall, or have balanced fiscal discipline, when the response against so many of those things was that we were somehow crushing entrepreneurship, that we were crushing job creation. I think the fact that when you look back at these periods, you actually see that private sector job growth was greater in Democratic administrations, at least certainly kind of should make people be somewhat suspect when they say, well, if you were to ask more well-off people to pay a little more as part of a balanced deficit reduction plan in the Bowles-Simpson overall framework, that's going to be somehow bad for job creation, when in the 1990s you saw President Clinton had tax rates at that level, and you had over 20 million private sector jobs created. You had a very strong period, perhaps historically strong period, of small business expansion. So I do think it certainly puts the lie to their claims, and I do believe that certainly you can't put everything on these kind of comparisons, but I do think that Democratic presidents do put job creation first.
And how does that happen? So they put it first, meaning what are the specific things Democrats have done that you think have led to that advantage for the Democrats on jobs?
Let's look at with President Obama. President Obama put forward an almost $800 billion American Recovery Act. This was at a time when there was virtual free fall. There was very little demand for products that would get the economy going, get job growth going, or even stem brutal job loss at that point. A lot of Republicans, I think, would have done the wrong economic thing just out of ideological resistance to the idea that we should ever be having like a major jobs or recovery plan in the short term. I think for President Obama, he didn't look at that in ideological term. It was terms, you know, for those of us there, it was pure economics. How much demand needed to go into the economy.
Speaking of recovery, let's look forward a little bit. The economy's not as strong as private forecasters hoped and thought it would be. It's not as strong as government forecasters hoped or strong it would be. What do you think we're going to get Friday with the jobs number, and what do you think we should expect going into next year? Are we finally going to get that self-sustaining recovery, or is it going to be more of this choppiness that is really disappointing?
So a couple of points. One, it's not prudent for me to make projections about the job numbers for tomorrow. I would say we have seen some good other numbers today. The ADP number was very strong. There was a decrease in unemployment claims. We saw service sector grew. Just to put things in perspective, if you look at this recovery, we're actually over 2 million jobs ahead in job creation, private sector job creation, than we were at the same point of the recovery under the previous President Bush. So job recovery has gotten somewhat stronger. It's just that when you start in such a deep hole as we did, it's nowhere near good enough. And you're right. I think where the headwinds have hurt us is that just as this economy starts to take hold, we have had external events, Europe, gas prices, and in fairness, we had one internal event. We had a debacle over the debt negotiations, and I think all of those things, most of them external, have not pushed us back terribly, but they've kept our recovery from getting, as you say, that type of self-fulfilling momentum. Now, the one place we're seeing a little bit of that momentum happening is in home prices. When home prices start to come up, people want to invest. People want to know when you've hit bottom. And so you've seen all three of the major housing indexes suggesting housing prices have come up. Far enough, no. But that does create an important, again, momentum for housing prices when you see that happening and when people start accepting that you've hit bottom and housing prices are on the way up.
Last question. What's the most important economic message that President Obama needs to deliver tonight in his speech?
I think that there really is a fundamental difference in economic philosophies, that there is the Republicans, and I'm sure with sincere conviction, believe in more of the trickle-down approach. They believe that you should always be cutting taxes for the most well-off. They believe they're productive, that they'll create growth that will trickle down to the rest of us, and they're willing to get their deficit reduction in ways that I just think go against our values as a country, like cutting Medicaid in a third, so you're hurting not only poor children, but families, middle-class families with children, disabilities like autism. So there's a value choice there, but there's an economic approach. And I think what the president will say is that we tried that trickle down. We can look back at the past 2 decades that didn't work well. And I think part of the reason you had Bill Clinton on there last night is to remind people that the type of balanced approach, balanced in that you not only want high income revenue and spending cuts as part of your debt reduction, but balanced in that you believe that even when you're cutting spending, there are areas that they're important to do more in. Medical research, education, the things that are important to our productivity. And I think that the main message will be that kind of balanced approach that focuses on the middle class, that focuses on investing in the future, that has shared sacrifice when we have to do deficit reduction, but in the cause of shared responsibility. That's not just a theme, that's not just a message, that is about the set of packages, the set of specific policies that that the president has put out in his State of the Union, put out in his budget, and would be part of, we think, a very important second-term agenda, and one that I believe many of the business community support.
I'm joined now by David Leonhardt. David, when I see Gene Sperling, I keep thinking back to the 1992 campaign when Sperling was this young kid working for Bill Clinton, and they got to the White House, and he was known as this workaholic, more than the other workaholics, who was there night and day pushing Clinton's economic message. We're here at the convention, Charlotte. Clinton spoke last night. I got to wonder, where are his allegiances? Does he still feel much closer to Bill Clinton than Barack Obama?
I mean, Gene Sperling will always be a part of Clinton world. He, as you said, he joined the 92 campaign. He served through the entire Clinton administration. He was there the day they left, and then he was Hillary's chief economic advisor. But he does have this other tie to Obama, which is interesting. When Obama was writing his book, the second book that became kind of a campaign manifesto, Sperling helped write big portions of the economic sections of that book. And so, although clearly he's closer to Clinton world, he does have this tie to Obama that predates Obama's status as the leader of the Democratic Party.
Is Sperling still the passionate guy who's working nonstop in there pushing these policies in the same way? He
is. And, I mean, clearly, he, like Clinton, has aged, right? You think back to that montage we saw of Clinton last night, and you could just see him age from 1992 to now. We've all aged since 1992, including Gene Sperling. And I think one of the things that you hear about Sperling is, although he's associated with Clinton, and by almost extension that sort of centrist Democratic approach, I think you hear from a lot of Democrats that they often feel that among the centrists, Gene Sperling often is the liberal voice in the room. He's one of the people who pushes things like Medicaid.
Speaking of liberal voices, we're going to go to the floor now where a familiar face, John Kerry, is now speaking.
His own people like rats. President Obama enlisted our allies, built the coalition, shared the burden, so that today, without a single American casualty, Muammar Gaddafi is gone and the people of Libya are free. So, on one side of this campaign, we have a president who has made America lead like America again. And what is there on the other side? An extreme and expedient candidate who lacks the judgment and the vision so vital for the Oval Office, the most inexperienced foreign policy twosome to run for president and vice president in decades. You know, it isn't fair. It isn't fair to say that Mitt Romney doesn't have a position on Afghanistan. He has every position. He was against setting a date for withdrawal. Then he said it was right. And then he left the impression that maybe it was wrong to leave this soon. He said it was tragic to leave Iraq. And then he said it was fine. He said we should have intervened in Libya sooner. Then he ran down a hallway to run away from the reporters who were asking questions. Then he said the intervention was too aggressive. And then he said the world was a better place because the intervention succeeded. Talk about being for it before you were against it. Mr. Romney, here's a little advice.
David, you got to laugh at this. This is the most quoted line from Kerry's failed campaign for president 4 years ago. I was for the war in Iraq before I was against it, and now he's turning that around against Mitt Romney. That effective?
Well, who knows? But I certainly think he had to do it at the end, right? As he was leading it up to it, I'm sitting here thinking, wait a minute, why are they... John Kerry can make a lot of cases credibly, but why of all people do they have him out there making the flip-flopper case? But, self-deprecation goes a long way. Right. And so maybe, in fact, if the Democrats can tie now that line in people's minds, not just to Kerry, but by extension to Romney, it could be effective.
And they're clearly using him today to sort of push on foreign policy when someone like Ryan, the vice presidential candidate, has no foreign policy experience. They're also saying that about Romney. So he's pretty credible in that world, in that arena.
Right, and Kerry clearly has more foreign policy experience than either Romney or Ryan. I do think there's a little bit of a reality check on foreign policy experience with the president. The norm is for a new president not to have foreign policy experience. Barack Obama didn't have it.
Jimmy Carter.
Ronald Reagan didn't have it. Bill Clinton didn't have it.
George W. Bush told me when he was running for president, he said, I quote, "My foreign policy experience is Mexico."
Right.
Right,
I mean,
on the border. Right, and that's,
right.
I mean, that's actually the norm because we don't
Right.
tend to elect statesmen. The exception is George H.W. Bush. Now, what I do think makes this Republican team a little bit different is historically presidential nominees who lack foreign policy experience pick vice presidents who haven't.
Right.
Joe Biden,
Right.
Dick Cheney, etc. I mean, Ronald Reagan, to some extent, picked George H.W. Bush for that reason, in part. And so the fact that Mitt Romney picked a vice presidential nominee who also has virtually no foreign policy experience, I'm not sure how much it matters, but it is true. It is true that this Republican ticket has less foreign policy experience than any ticket we've seen in a while, and so, of course, the Democrats are going to point it out.
Now, it's no secret that John Kerry wanted to be Obama's Secretary of State. Might he be auditioning still for that role should Hillary step down?
He is one of the names you hear. You hear his name. You hear Susan Rice's name a lot. And so I certainly think he would be one of the people who would be in the mix for a second term. It's funny, you know, I understand why people want these cabinet jobs when they're senators. On the other hand, there is something a little funny about it. I mean, to some extent, John Kerry has a job for life.
And more independence.
And more independence. And it's a pretty good job, right? He's a senior senator from the state of Massachusetts.
Final question. As Washington bureau chief, do you think there's wistfulness in this hall tonight for John Kerry, the man who might have been president?
How can there not be, right? I mean, for any party, when you think about John Kerry's not even speaking in the prime hour, as you would expect. But when you look at him and you think if things broke a little bit differently for him, he could be president the same way I'm sure Republicans think about Bob Dole. Democrats think further back to Michael
And you
Dukakis.
know John Kerry's thinking about that.
You know John Kerry is thinking about it.
David, thanks so much. Speaking of presidents and the White House photographer Doug Mills has followed President Obama since the 2008 campaign. He's seen up close how the stress in the Oval Office has changed him and gotten him gray hairs.
This is Doug Mills, a staff photographer for the New York Times, based in Washington, D.C., covering the White House and Capitol Hill. There came a point during the 2008 campaign that really sticks out in my mind. There was a huge debate about the stimulus package. Senator McCain had gone on television and said that he was suspending his campaign for a few days, and out from behind a curtain appeared Senator Obama. And at one point, Senator Obama said, listen, as president, you're going to have to learn to deal with more than one thing at a time. And that has really stuck with me throughout his campaign and into his presidency. I think from day one, really watching President Obama arrive in the Oval Office, sit down in those wingback chairs, he just looks so comfortable. You know, I don't remember seeing a president come in and sit right in those chairs and look as relaxed as he did. And even with foreign leaders who had sat in those chairs next to him, you know, like Netanyahu had been in those chairs many times with previous president, he just seemed to really fly right into the spot and feel really comfortable with being in those meetings and looking presidential. One of the things that I've obviously been a part of is a number of secret trips that the president is involved with. He arrived at Fort Belvoir in Washington, D.C., and took a helicopter ride in the middle of the night up to Dover Air Force Base. And just before departing, we found out that he was going to be watching a dignified transfer from some of the military members who were killed in Afghanistan and Iraq. And in my 30 years of covering the White House, I don't remember ever knowing that the president was going to go and watch this. Remember the Fort Hood crisis? All of us thought about the fact that it was one of President Obama's first, big crises with a mass shooting within the United States. One of candidate Obama's promises was to deal with the healthcare issue in the United States. I remember him in the East Room signing it with a little boy looking on right over the pen as he signed his name to the healthcare. It's amazing what can happen in just a short amount of time covering the president. I believe we went to Joplin following the tornado there. Next couple days, we went to Florida. He was going to watch the space shuttle take off. That got scrubbed because of weather. Then just 2 days later, get a call to be at the White House right away that the president was going to make a statement. And I found out from a really good source that it was Osama bin Laden. I tipped off 2 of our reporters, and they were on the story before just about anybody. And this year there was a 3rd trip to Afghanistan, all 3 of them being secret. I've been on 2 of them. It's really an amazing trip when you fly into a foreign country where you're at war, and Air Force One has all the lights off on it. Everything on board is dark. You land on the ground, put on flak jackets, get into a helicopter. You're flying in the dead of the night, and everything is so secretive, and it's all because of the president's safety. President Obama, despite all of the issues going on throughout the world, he still has that same rock star feeling that he has wherever he travels, whether he travels to Ireland, has a beer in a pub with a bunch of people there, travels to a university for a graduation ceremony. Seeing a number of these images really makes you reflect on how much time as a photographer covering the White House it takes up, and we are lucky enough to be able the ones to capture the moments of their presidency.
We're back in the arena, and I'm joined now by Nate Silver of the 538 blog to talk about convention bounces and his forecast model. So, Nate, the recent polls have basically Mitt Romney and Barack Obama tied.
Right.
Your forecast model has Barack Obama with a 75% chance of winning. So what gives?
Well, the intuition's pretty simple here, which is that when you just hold your convention, right now we're seeing polls that reflect what happened in Tampa, but not what happened here. That should be a high watermark for you. If at your high watermark you're only tied, that means you would lose if you fall down at all, if Obama gets any kind of a bounce. So it looks like a bearish sign for Mitt Romney.
So how do these post-convention polls actually track with results in November?
So historically, after the challenging party holds its convention, the candidate's been ahead by 10 points on average, often a very large lead. Even some of the weaker challengers, Walter Mondale in '84, actually very briefly tied Ronald Reagan for about 3 seconds, and then he got blown
Before
out.
he got killed, yeah.
But it's not very much. The Mondale example goes to show it's not very much to achieve a tie in the polls after your own convention.
Now, you actually said to me that since we've had enough robust polling since about 1968, no one has ever won an election who wasn't leading after their own convention.
That's right. So neither challenger nor incumbent since 1968, I haven't looked before then, has won without leading after their own convention. Again, the intuition being that you're usually anywhere from 3 or 4 points ahead of your eventual finish to 20 points in some cases. So to expect you to do better than after you've just given your pitch to the whole country, people had a chance to listen to you is ambitious. It can happen if you have intervening events like economic news, for instance.
Right, we have jobs numbers tomorrow.
Right,
you could have something terrible there.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's why it's a high risk, high reward, I guess, job support for Obama. He will know the numbers. He gets briefed on it the night before, tonight. So he'll know the numbers. Investors will be looking for hints about what direction we might get tomorrow. But yeah, anything, say, above 180,000 jobs we consider a very good number, would affect the narrative, make his speech seem a lot more resonant. Anything in the 5 digits, 70,000, would look like we were reverting to the mean again, and would maybe blot out whatever he had said tonight.
But you also think that given the amount of time left, that the president has sort of more control over his destiny at this point than Mitt Romney does.
I think so, right? If you start out going to your convention tie, then that bar is not set all that high. Of course, there are issues about turnout. There are issues about where the economy might head. But today, the stock market was up. There was good news. Investors thought about Europe. So all these kind of other shoes to drop on Obama that you might have been worried about, like an oil crisis in the Middle East or like Europe, we're only now 60 days from the election, so those October surprises would have to be October surprises and not July nightmares for Obama. So Romney is playing most likely from behind unless Obama gets no bounce at all, which is always possible. It's hard to win the polls for any reason. But you would think he'd get some lift in the polls out of this week.
Just to clarify, are we talking about the popular vote right now, or are we talking about the electoral map?
Right now, because potentially the popular vote's going to move up and down a lot, it's a time when I think we should be more focused on the popular vote. There were some polls out in Florida and North Carolina this week, those states the ones that held the convention, and they weren't especially good for Romney, showing a tie in both states, essentially. For a Republican, winning Florida and North Carolina is pretty non-negotiable. So the fact that he doesn't lead there is another problematic sign for him. But remember, if there is some big crisis in Europe that moves the polls by 3 or 4 points against Obama, then this electoral stuff won't matter as much. Only if we're almost dead on for a tie, plus or minus 2 points, then we have all the fun with the electoral math. I love that stuff, but right now we're trying to just get a sense for where people settle in after the conventions. This is the one time where I say look at the national polls a little bit more.
Thanks so much, Nate.
Thanks, Megan.
Now we're going back to Rick in the Media Center.
Megan, thank so much. I'm here with Dick Stevenson, our political editor, who spent the last couple weeks working night and day pretty much on directing our coverage. And first, let me ask you, we're approaching the witching hour, the big speech of the convention, President Obama, but I don't feel the energy and excitement that I felt last night when people were anticipating Bill Clinton or when they were anticipating Michelle Obama the night before. Is that me or is that reality?
Well, I think it's not very often that people ask the question of whether Obama is going to get upstaged by the undercard of his own convention, between Clinton, between Michelle Obama, and I think even to some degree by the speakers this evening who really seem to be having a lot of fun, really firing up the crowd. Jennifer Granholm's line about how Romney's cars have elevators, but he gives the American worker the shaft. John Kerry's line. John Kerry, a line, a real zinger that I'm sure they wish they had been able to trot out a few days ago about Osama bin Laden. Ask him whether he's better off than he was 4 years ago. I think the crowd is really fired up, but these speeches are hard to give in a way that really meets the expectations of even the faithful out here.
Right. And really, how do you top Bill Clinton, who is known for his speechifying, this was his 7th address last night. I mean, it's not easy, and I think Obama's thinking about that.
Yeah, even for Obama. And it's interesting, early in his rise to the presidency, his speechifying was considered, his greatest asset. And whenever they had a problem that he had to solve, most famously during the 2008 campaign, the race speech that he gave, he could come out, give a speech, rise to the occasion, and the problem would be taken care of. This is a lot trickier tonight. He's got to be doing a lot of different things and, striking all these different notes, speaking to different audiences. It's hard to give those speeches in a way that is necessarily going to bring down the House.
Now, you're a veteran of these conventions. When Bush was giving his re-election nomination convention speech, you co-authored the main story that night. What were you looking for? How do you distill a convention speech into something that's 1,500 words for readers?
Well, I think you're looking for a couple of things. One is almost all nominees in this situation are speaking simultaneously to their base, which they need to get enthusiastic and make sure they turn out to vote. But they need to do it in a way that doesn't turn off the moderates, the independents, those wavering undecideds who are looking for a reason to vote for you. Now, both Bush in 2004 and Obama in 2012, they're very well known. There aren't very many people who don't know enough about them to have made up their minds about them. So there's nothing he's probably going to say about himself that is going to be revelatory to people watching on television. But he also has to reassure them that what they're hearing from the other side isn't true.
Now, one other thing I want to ask you about that a lot of our viewers may not know is we get excerpts from the speeches, an hour or so before, but they're not always that useful. Can you talk about what excerpts we've gotten from the speech tonight and what we're going to do with them?
Right. I mean, the excerpts that were given out earlier this evening of Obama's speech were really minimal, just 3 or 4 sentences, I think, basically getting at the idea that this election is about a choice. They don't really, I think, carry, any of the emotionalism that Obama will try to inject into this moment. And they're probably holding back some of his most powerful lines. So they give us, as a matter of our tradecraft, just enough to write stories for the early editions of our paper that have gone to press long before he's going to come out on the stage
and
here.
There's probably some pride there. We don't necessarily want to be using the lines that were spoon-fed us, and we want to pick our own lines of what we think were the most important.
But they know we're a captive audience here.
Right.
If we want to have his voice in these papers, we have to use the lines that they've sort of chosen
Story
for
of
us.
our lives. I hope when you go back to Washington, you can get a little sleep this weekend. Thanks so much, Dick. Appreciate it. Now back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Rick. There are thousands of members of the media here this week, including some from The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. National political correspondent Jim Rutenberg caught up with The Daily Show's Samantha Bee to get their show's take on the conventions.
The Daily Show broadcasts from both the Republican and Democratic conventions. I went to their set in Charlotte on Thursday morning to talk to their longtime correspondent, Samantha Bee. I just want to tell you that some of us were inspired by, you guys did a convention training video.
Oh.
Where you went to a model
train convention.
After 4 years off, the veterans were already in mid-season form.
And how did that prepare you for this? Was
We
it good?
crushed that model train convention.
What we need to be doing is eliciting real emotion from people, okay? Watch this.
It prepared me to live on warm salted pretzels for 14 days straight.
Now, how many funny moments have there been in this convention for you guys to work off of?
It's been a rich pageantry of laughs, I would say. I mean, we're working so hard. I mean, sometimes you know this. Sometimes when you're working so hard, you can identify the laughs, but you're not really laughing at them. You're like, that's good.
Right.
That's good.
Right.
Yeah, that one.
All right, so what had the biggest, I think I know the answer to this, the best moment.
You don't even have to, I mean, come on. We all saw it.
Does his name rhyme with Flint?
Oh, for heavenly days.
This is the most joy I've gotten from an old man since Dick Cheney non-fatally shot one in the face.
Was it almost too easy?
It's such a painful, so painful. I think that John did such a better, he did such a great job of expressing what we were all feeling.
Obviously, a lot of security in Charlotte.
In terms of this convention, has it given you as much fodder?
Did you watch the show last night?
I'm sorry, I was on deadline.
Oh, well.
Can you refer to it? And
We did. It was a very interesting show last night, and I'll leave it to you to watch it, but we did have a tremendous amount of fodder. In fact, I would say that people were very forthcoming at this convention in a way that we did not experience in 2008. People were a little less tight-lipped.
We have just about everybody you can possibly imagine in the party.
Yes, they were open to everybody.
Basically, we're Latinos, Hispanics, we're blacks, we're the LGBT community, we're women, we're poor.
Everyone's welcome.
Everyone's welcome.
Except
unless you own a corporation or if you're a hunter, a gun owner, white males.
Really, you want to lose all the white males?
They're a bunch of gun-toting hillbilly tea partiers. That's all I have to say. Bang, 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 bang.
Tonight is the finale. Are you expecting a lot of laughs out of President Obama's speech? Does he provide you? He doesn't seem to provide you guys a ton of fodder, though. John does seem to find his things.
There's always fodder. There's always something there. No one's perfect. No administration is perfect. There's always going to be material.
Have you thought about going into politics? Because that was a good answer. That was a political.
Never. Every 4 years, that is confirmed. Yet again.
I'm joined now for some final thoughts from Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, we're still hearing the chants of USA from the last presentation, a military presentation. We've seen tons of military stuff this week. We have thank you signs being held up. We've had a big rousing USA. It's been striking.
Megan, I think it is one of the striking differences between last week's Republican convention and this week's Democratic convention here in Charlotte. Front and center of this message tonight is American military service and patriotism. We heard strikingly little of that in Tampa, and the Romney campaign believes it may have made a bit of a mistake by not focusing more on the military effort. It is a striking difference from conventions in years
and
past.
The George Bush conventions, and the John McCain conventions, where military presence and
it is without a doubt. I mean,
patriotism.
Senator John Kerry led the way here with his very, very tough speech against Mitt Romney. Of course, he's playing the role of Mitt Romney in debate practice sessions with President Obama. So it seemed to me that he had some Mitt Romney in his head there, and he was letting a bit of that out. But it is a big difference here, what they are trying to convey. I mean, after all, this is the commander-in-chief. 4 years ago, he was Senator Obama. People wondered if he could do this. I thought the key line of the night, at least so far, was Senator John Kerry saying, ask Osama bin Laden if he's better off than he was 4 years ago. that's a memorable line.
Turning that all on its head. Another difference that you and I have talked about is that it is hard not to notice sort of the difference in energy in the halls between the two venues. And this crowd is definitely fired up and ready to go. It may not be the whole country, but this crowd definitely is. And I don't know whether that's stagecraft or passion for the candidate, but it is palpable.
I think the programming of this convention seems tighter to me. It seems like this Democratic campaign has done a better job of what Republicans used to do so well, the stagecraft, the shot. I mean, that's something that President Reagan really perfected with Ken Duberstein, really getting that shot and almost a movie set. The campaign advisors from the Obama campaign who put this together are the same people who produced their commercials. So I think they produced a bit of a tighter program. Things seem to flow. And this hall is also slightly... It's configured differently than the Republican one, which is a bit one of the reasons it seems more excited and energetic, at least in here. There are a few delegates on the floor. Most of them are sitting all around us. So this is a basketball stadium. But don't forget, tonight we were supposed to be sitting outside in Bank of America Stadium where some 65,000 people would have been. That was supposed to be the television commercial that this campaign wanted for the next 2 months.
And the stagecraft of that will be a little bit of a challenge for them because they had this all sort of mapped out for this massive kind of grandeur of that stadium.
They did, and now a lot of people are sitting around Charlotte and other places watching this speech. But one campaign advisor told me there was an upside to all this. They still collected all the information from these 65,000 people who got tickets. That means their text messages, their cell phones, their emails, so they can still remind them to get out the vote when early voting begins here in North Carolina.
One thing we haven't talked about yet, Jeff, we're getting actually very close to the Vice President's speech tonight. What, if anything, do we know about that, and what kind of role is he supposed to play here?
I think Vice President Biden is going to deliver a supporting role, as he's done pretty well over the last 4 years. It's a different role than 4 years ago. 4 years ago, he was brought on as sort of to make people feel comfortable about this young senator. Some gravitas. He's had a bit of a hard run this last few weeks or so. He is still a big asset to this ticket, I believe. He's still a favorite in here, and he will be a key connector with President Obama and the working class vote. We talk a lot about the gender gap among women, but this campaign wants to also work on the gender gap among men, and they believe that Vice President Biden can help with that. So we're going to hear a forceful defense of this administration, and we're also going to see him out in the country taking that message and trying to improve the president's standing among male voters.
Joe Biden coming on, so we know the Vice President's coming up soon. I also hear he's going to be sort of like a character witness for the President. He's going to sort of testify to watching him make those big decisions.
Right, and he has been in the room for most of these big decisions. You know, we've all seen the famous picture of in the Situation Room of the night that Osama bin Laden, the raid was underway. Vice President Biden was there. And this is one thing that he probably will not say, but Vice President Biden gets credit for leading on gay marriage. That is a significant issue to many people in this hall.
We're going to listen to Jill Biden for a minute.
Right. As the wife of our Vice President, but as a full-time teacher and a military mom. I'm here for our son, Beau, and for all of our troops, veterans, and military families. 4 years ago, Beau stood on this stage to introduce his father, and soon afterward, he deployed to Iraq for a year with the Delaware Army National Guard. Tonight, thanks to the leadership of President Obama and my husband, Joe, the war in Iraq is over.
So, Jeff, we just had another military reference. I think that's going to be a theme tonight. Do we think that's something that the President's going to pick up on as well?
No question. The President will definitely remind people of his role as Commander-in-Chief. Why wouldn't he? I mean, one of his singular biggest accomplishments is ending the Iraq War, beginning the wind down in Afghanistan, and Osama bin Laden. Yeah. So, without a doubt, he will focus on that. But this election is still focused on the domestic economy, trying to make people feel better about their own economic conditions and get that right track, wrong track number back up a little bit. That is a key to him going forward.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you.
That's all for me. Jim Roberts will be back in a few minutes with BuzzFeed's Ben Smith. But first, an opinion conversation between David Brooks and Gail Collins. I'm Megan Lieberman. Thanks for watching.
David Brooks. I'm an op-ed columnist at the New York Times, and I'm joined again by Gail Collins, who is also an op-ed columnist at the New York Times. Same job, different days. After much urging, we're going to move forward, not backward. I think that's a good idea.
So forward, so completely forward.
But before we go forward, let's look backward. Now that I think about it.
Good idea.
Let's start with the big dog. Bill Clinton spoke for 3 days last night.
Yes.
And what was your reaction?
I thought he did great. I mean, you know, he did go on and on and on and on and on, but I still remember, I think it was his first State of the Union speech when he was president. He went on for like 6 days. He listed everything. He listed how he was going to help Cocker Spaniels at the ASPCA get better worming treatment. He went on and on and on. Everybody thought, oh my God, he's ruined his career. Everybody's going to laugh at him. And the people really liked it. They just liked all that information. And that's exactly what he did last night.
I think that was the speech where my favorite Clinton policy proposal, no handguns for deadbeat dads. That was a twofer, and I thought that was fantastic. I agree. It was an excellent speech.
It really was good.
And I have to say, Michelle was better than Ann Romney, and Bill Clinton was better than Paul Ryan. So on the big speeches, so far it's 2-0. And what I liked about it, first, he's a great crystallizer. He frames it well. He takes policy seriously, and he makes a legal argument. And he reaches out to people who might be undecided. Now, I, of course, have some policy problems with it and some factual problems.
What was your biggest one? Give me your big one.
The big two, well, the big one was, you know, he said the Obama Medicare plan would preserve the life of Medicare by spending that $718 billion preserving the life of Medicare. That $718 billion is indeed spent to preserve the life of Medicare, but it is also spent to expand insurance coverage for other people. That money is spent twice,
correct.
And even Bill Clinton can't spend the same dollar 2 different ways. So there's that sort of thing.
What's $700 billion between friends?
Well,
is what I
you know, some things, though, you know, I thought he was quite effective in hitting Medicaid. And that's weirdly something that's been left out here. But the Republicans are pretty vulnerable on Medicaid.
Because it's not, you know, the interesting thing, I thought the way he framed it was almost weird, but very interesting. He said, if we do this to Medicaid, poor children will lose health care. But the real problem, because we know the poor children aren't listening tonight, the real problem is all these old people in nursing homes. Your mom in a nursing home has probably gone on to Medicaid at some point, and that's something.
Economic record, which his defense was, even I couldn't have done better. Is that a good bumper? Even Clinton couldn't have done better than it.
I think that arc is just the arc of the story of the campaign that you have to tell all the confused people over and over again. Bill Clinton raised taxes, the economy was great, the deficits went away, everything was good. There were obviously other reasons, but George Bush made things really awful by cutting taxes. And now the Republicans won't let Obama do the brave thing that Bill Clinton did. And that's
my storyline would be Bill Clinton sided with Robert Rubin against the liberals, cracked down on spending, and good things happened. And unfortunately, at this convention, Robert Rubin fell in a pool. I saw on Twitter.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yes, I don't know if it was pushed.
What does that mean?
Okay, let's start moving forward. We've got the gigantic speech of the night, which everyone's looking forward to, which is Vice President Joe Biden. And how many times will he quote his father in this speech?
How many times will he mention Scranton?
Scranton. And okay, so we'll go straight to the big man, President Obama.
Well, I have a prediction, which is not about the president. My prediction is that when it is over, whatever the president says, you will say he didn't talk enough about what he's going to do in the next term.
Well, can I tell you that I've been expectations of such policy wonkery are so high because I've probably asked 12 senior Democratic figures.
Right.
Name one law the president will propose in his second term. Just give me one. And they've all said, well, I don't really know, but the president is going to lay it out. So I want to see 37 laws.
You want another Clinton speech in which he talks about no guns for deadbeat dads.
I reread the Clinton speech looking for a program going forward.
Yeah.
Again, not there. There's like a little lift of the leg. They show you the ankle of Simpson Bowles. And that's it.
David. The idea, I mean, that anybody is going to go into this campaign saying, and among the things I'm going to do is I'm going to change all the entitlements, little tweaks that you're not going to like at all, but it'll be better than losing the whole program. That's not going to happen.
Aren't we supposed to, like, we were here 4 years ago, they talked about health care. They had a big debate about the individual mandate. That was like, here's what we're going to do. And they tried, and they did do it. Well, so that's the way it's supposed to work.
That's first term. for the first term. Except, whatever Barack Obama says tonight, I predict it will have more substance than what Mitt Romney said in Tampa.
And I want to say, in retrospect, the Republican convention is looking worse and worse because he sort of embraced this big change agenda, but then didn't talk about it, didn't make the case, and Bill Clinton was happy, and I bet Barack Obama is going to be completely happy to fill that vacuum.
I think so. And, where is Mitt Romney? Why isn't he? He's home studying for the debates. The debates aren't going to happen until October.
Because he's a gentleman. The gentlemanly code is that during the other party's convention, you don't campaign. You go home and you take it easy. Now, the Democrats violated the gentlemanly code. Obama was out there. But, Mitt Romney still has those genteel
I would
virtues.
give him permission. Speaking on behalf of everybody in the world, I would say if he wants to go out and campaign this week, he should feel free.
I do believe, though, Mitt Romney will be on Meet the Press this Sunday. The first Sunday show he's done, or at least non-Fox show, he's done in quite a long time, since he was 7.
That will be worth
And so that'll be interesting.
That will be worth seeing.
Okay. Any final thoughts, any final joys and displeasures at this convention?
No, I thought they did a good job. There was deep bass playing, too, for the first off the last hour. Many nuns and people, Planned Parenthood, and struggling union laborers, and on and on and on and on and on. And that made everybody happy. The people here are happier, I think. Maybe it's the weather is not as bad, but the people here are happier than the people were in Tampa.
That's a sign that money does not lead to happiness. I guess my final reflection would be that, indeed, that the reproductive rights, gay marriage, Lilly Ledbetter is closer to the Democratic soul than John Maynard Keynes in economics, and the social issues played a much larger role than I would have anticipated.
Interesting.
Okay, well, we are done from Charlotte.
And we'll be back conversing in print next week.
On a print or online. And so from Gail, Collins, and myself, farewell and see you in the interwebs.
Okay, welcome back in the hall. I'm Jim Roberts. I'm here with Ben Smith again. Thanks for coming back, Ben.
Pleasure.
We have a little bit of time here. The video behind us is introducing Joe Biden. Joe will be on. But Ben and I both tweeted. Ben is the editor of BuzzFeed. We both tweeted on our Twitter accounts recently what people should be looking for, would like to see or hear Obama talk about when he takes the stage shortly. Twitter's been a kind of crazy place tonight.
Yeah, it's moving so fast you can't even hit retweet. It's going too fast. But Obama's going to be talking about the future. So we were told, and so we asked people, what he should say.
We got a lot of responses. So because we don't have a lot of time, we're going to roll through as many as we can.
Amazing.
You get it started.
I'm just going to go in order here. But I got the dumb ones first, or at least the silly ones. I'm resigning immediately. Single-payer taco bar. Simpson Bowls. Keep fighting for students. No cuts from education. And, of course, legalized weed equals jobs.
Okay, I saw that one a few times. I did see jobs.
Yep.
Not that many people, interestingly enough, talked about some of the social issues that we've been hearing about.
The social issues that they've been pushing as wedges for specific groups of voters. I mean, this was really all about the big economic issues. I got restored by bipartisanship and compromise. I think that guy, I don't know what he was doing on Twitter. He should have.
That's right.
Wrong social service.
Well, maybe he was listening to Bill Clinton a little bit last night.
No, but there was a sense. I think people are ready for this election to be about big stuff.
Yeah. Okay, I saw one make pro-choice Supreme Court nominees.
Yep.
I saw nothing about gun control or anything like that. Even with Gabby Giffords here on the stage earlier. And speaking of our next speaker, less Biden, more Hillary.
Huh.
So.
Wait a few more.
Okay.
Wait a few years.
Yeah, right. You'll get that.
There was a bit. I do think you saw from people on the left hoping that a second term would, and as I think people will hope for, will bring out the kind of true, more liberal Obama, close Guantanamo, no more illegal wars.
Yeah.
No more drone strikes. I'm not sure.
I did see one that was very interesting, and I'm not sure I can find it. Oh, here it is. A man by the name of Randall T. Bush says, another chance at progress, which I thought was interesting because, I think one of the themes we are going to hear is Obama saying, I need a little more time, right?
I think there's sort of two different groups of people. I mean, I think saying to independents who are a little disappointed, I need a little more time to get done what I promised. And I think also maybe not quite so explicitly saying to liberals who are disappointed,
right?
Give me another shot, give me a mulligan, and I'll be the guy you elected.
Now that brings us back to the Clinton speech, which I think there was really one interesting moment there where he basically was invoking his own experience as president and how the economic recovery, burst into the open in the late 90s.
This was one moment when he got really off the Obama message, and because in the late 90s, in 1994, 95, 96, all his advisors are having this heated debate. Do we say happy times are here again?
Right.
Or do we say I feel your pain? The happy times folks won. And he runs in 96 on, this is the best economy of our generation, enjoy it.
Right.
The Obama people, it's earlier in this recovery, if this is ever going to turn into that kind of recovery.
Right,
and the Obama people have made the opposite choice.
They're just afraid of they don't promising too much,
or
right?
Or seeming out of touch. If they say, look,
right.
you don't want us to be saying, why don't you feel the recovery? What's wrong with you, to voters?
Yeah.
That just seems incredibly out of touch.
Well, it was really interesting today, late in the afternoon, the markets closed. The S&P hits I think it was a 4-year record. The number S&P closed at 1432. The Dow is well over 13,000.
Yeah.
I know that some people in this country are saying today, maybe I am a little bit better off. But
yeah, and I think that's what Clinton obviously is making a different bet from the White House. Jim Messina, Obama's campaign manager, said, that's Clinton talking, that's not us. But maybe Clinton is somebody with the authority, with the freedom to do it. And
right.
But certainly, I think he's going to be out there not just cheerleading Obama, but kind of cheerleading the economy, making the case that, hey, wait, look around you. There's a recovery. Unemployment's still over 8%. I don't know. That's a tough sell.
That brings up what happens tomorrow morning, 8:30. We'll hear new job numbers. We'll have a lot of news. That could give a whole different slant to things. But I have a feeling Joe Biden's coming on behind us. We're going to sign off. Thank you again for coming on, Ben. I'm sorry we had to cut it so short.
Joe Biden,
There he is. Thank you, everybody.
Democrat. Jilly, I want you to know that Bo and Hunt and Ashton and I, we're so incredibly proud of you, kid. We admire the way when every single solitary young person, and they're not all young, walk into your classroom. You not only teach them, you give them confidence. You give me confidence. And the passion she brings to trying to ease the burden on the families of our warriors. Jilly, they know you understand them, and that makes a gigantic difference. And folks, I tell you what, it was worth the trip to hear my wife say what I've never heard her say before. She's always loved me. If that's the case, why in the heck did it take 5 times of asking you? And that's true, 5 times. I don't know what it would have done, kiddo, had you on that 5th time said no. I love you. You're the love of my life and the life of my love. We've got 3 incredible kids. And Bo, I want to thank you for putting my name in nomination to be Vice President of the United States. I accept. With great honor and pleasure, I accept. Thank you. Thank you, my fellow Democrats. And I say to my fellow Americans, 4 years ago, a battered nation turned away from the failed policies of the past and turned to a leader who they knew would lift our nation out of the crisis. A journey we haven't finished yet. We know we still have more to do. But today, I say to my fellow citizens, in the face of the deepest economic crisis in our lifetime, this generation of Americans has proven itself as worthy as any generation before us. For we possess that same grit, that same determination, that same courage that has always defined what it means to be an American, has always defined all of you. Together, we're on a mission. We're on a mission to move this nation forward from doubt and downturn to promise and prosperity. A mission I guarantee you we will complete. A mission we will complete. Folks, tonight what I really want to do is tell you about my friend Barack Obama. No one could tell it as well or as eloquently as Michelle, as you did last night, Michelle, on Monday night. But I know him, to state the obvious, from a different perspective. I know him, and I want to show you. I want to show you the character of a leader who had what it took when the American people literally stood on the brink of a new depression. A leader who has what it takes to lead us over the next 4 years to a future as great as our people. I want to take you inside the White House to see the president as I see him every day, because I don't see him in sound bites. I walk 30 paces down the hall into the Oval Office, and I see him. I watch him in action. 4 years ago, the middle class was already losing ground, and then the bottom fell out. The financial crisis hit like a sledgehammer on all the people I grew up with. You remember the headlines. You saw some of them in the previews. Highlight: highest job losses in 60 years. Headlines: economy on the brink. Markets plummet worldwide. From the very moment President Obama sat behind the desk resolute in the Oval Office, he knew he had not only to restore the confidence of a nation, but he had to restore the confidence of the whole world. And he also knew that one false move could bring a run on the banks or a credit collapse to put another several million people out of work. America and the world needed a strong president with a steady hand and with the judgment and vision to see us through. Day after day, night after night, I sat beside him as he made one gutsy decision after the other to stop the slide and reverse it. I watched him. I watched him stand up. I watched him stand up to intense pressure and stare down enormous challenges, the consequences of which were awesome. But most of all, I got to see firsthand what drove this man. His profound concern for the average American. He knew that no matter how tough the decisions he had to make were in that Oval Office, he knew that families all over America, sitting at their kitchen tables, were literally making decisions for their family that were equally as consequential. You know, Barack and I, we've been through a lot together in these 4 years. And we learned about one another, a lot about one another. And one of the things I learned about Barack is the enormity of his heart. And I think he learned about me the depth of my loyalty to him. And there's another thing that has bound us together these past 4 years. We had a pretty good idea what all those families, all you Americans in trouble, were going through. In part because our own families had gone through similar struggles. Barack, as a young man, had to sit at the end of his mother's hospital bed and watch her fight with her insurance company at the very same time she was fighting for her life. When I was a young kid in 3rd grade, I remember my dad coming up the stairs of my grandpa's house where we were living, sitting at the end of my bed and saying, "Joey, I'm going to have to leave for a while. Go down to Wilmington, Delaware with Uncle Frank. They're good jobs down there, honey. And in a little while, I'll be able to send for you and Mom and Jimmy and Val, and everything's going to be fine." For the rest of our lives, my sister and my brothers, for the rest of our life, my dad never failed to remind us that a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your child in the eye and say, "Honey, it's going to be okay," and mean it and know it's true. When Barack and I were growing up, there was an implicit understanding in America that if you took responsibility, you'd get a fair shot at a better life. And the values behind that bargain were the values that shaped both of us and many, many of you. And today, those same values are Barack's guiding star. Folks, I've watched him. He has never wavered. He never backs down. He always steps up, and he always asks in every one of those critical meetings the same fundamental question: how is this going to affect the average American? How is this going to affect people's lives? That's what's inside this man. That's what makes him tick. That's who he is. And folks, because of the decisions he has made and the incredible strength of the American people, America has turned the corner. The worst job loss since the Great Depression. We've since created 4.5 million private sector jobs in the past 29 months. Look, folks, President Obama and Governor Romney, they're both loving husbands. They're both devoted fathers. But let's be straight. They bring a vastly different vision and a vastly different value set to the job. And tonight, although you've heard people talk about it, I want to talk about two things from a slightly different perspective, from my perspective. I'd like to focus on two crises and show you the character of the leadership that each man will bring to this job. Because as I said, I've had a ringside seat. The first of these, a lot's been talked about, and God loved Jennifer Granholm. Wasn't she great? Wasn't she great? I love Jennifer. But the first story I want to talk to you about is the rescue of the automobile industry. And let me tell you from this man's ringside seat, let me tell you about how Barack Obama saved more than 1 million American jobs. In the first days, literally the first days that we took office, General Motors and Chrysler were literally on the verge of liquidation. The president didn't act. If he didn't act immediately, there wouldn't be any industry left to save. So we sat hour after hour in the Oval Office. Michelle remembers how what he must have thought when he came back upstairs. We sat hour after hour. We listened to senators, congressmen, outside advisors, even some of our own advisors. We listened to them to say some of the following things. They said, well, we shouldn't step up. The risks were too high. The outcome was too uncertain. And the president, he patiently sat there and he listened. But he didn't see it the way they did. He understood something they didn't get, and one of the reasons I love him. He understood that this wasn't just about cars. It was about the people who built and made those cars, and about the America those people built. In those meetings, I often thought about my dad. My dad was an automobile man. He would have been one of those guys all the way down the line, not on the factory floor, not along the supply chain, but one of those guys who were selling American cars to American people. I thought about what this crisis would have meant for the mechanics and the secretaries and the salespeople who my dad managed for over 35 years. And I know for certain that my dad, were he here today, he'd be fighting like heck for the president, because the president fought to save the jobs of those people my dad cared so much about. Ladies and gentlemen, my dad respected Barack Obama, and would have respected Barack Obama had he been around, for having had the guts to stand up for the automobile industry when so many others just were prepared to walk away. You know, when I look back on the president's decision, I think of another son of another automobile man, Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney grew up in Detroit. My dad managed, his dad ran an entire automobile company, American Motors. Yes, what I don't understand is, in spite of that, he was willing to let Detroit go bankrupt. Look, I don't think he's a bad guy. No, I don't think he's a bad guy. I'm sure he grew up loving cars as much as I did. But what I don't understand, what I don't think he understood, that saving the automobile worker, saving the industry, what it meant to all of America, not just auto workers. I think he saw it the Bain way. I mean this sincerely. I think he saw it in terms of balance sheets and write-offs. Folks, the Bain way may bring your firm the highest profits, but it's not the way to lead our country from the highest office. When things hung in the balance, When things hung in the balance, I mean literally hung in the balance, the president understood this was about a lot more than the automobile industry. This was about restoring America's pride. He understood in his gut what it would mean to leave 1 million people without hope or work if he didn't act. And he intuitively understood the message it would have sent around the world if the United States gave up on an industry that helped put America on the map in the first place. Conviction, resolve, Barack Obama. That's what saved the automobile industry. Conviction, resolve, Barack Obama. Look, you heard my friend John Kerry. This president has shown the same resolve, the same steady hand in his role as commander-in-chief. Look, which brings me to the next illustration I want to tell you about, the next crisis he had to face. In 2008, before he was president, Barack Obama made a promise to the American people. He said, if we have bin Laden in our sights, we will take him out. He went on to say, that has to be our biggest national security priority. Look, Barack understood that the search for bin Laden was about a lot more than taking a monstrous leader off the battlefield. It was about so much more than that. It was about righting an unspeakable wrong. It was about healing an unbearable wound, a nearly unbearable wound in America's heart. And he also knew the message we had to send around the world. If you attack innocent Americans, we will follow you to the end of the earth. Look, most of all, President Obama had an unyielding faith in the capacity and the capability of our special forces. Literally the finest warriors in the history of the world. The finest warriors in the history of the world. So we sat. Originally, only 5 of us. We sat in the situation room beginning in the fall of the year before. We listened, we talked, we heard, and he listened to the risks and reservations about the raid. He asked again the tough questions. He listened to the doubts that were expressed. But when Admiral McCraven looked him in the eye and said, "Sir, we can get this job done," I sit next to him. I looked at your husband, and I knew at that moment he had made his decision. And his response was decisive. He said, "Do it," and justice was done. Folks, Governor Romney didn't see things that way. When he was asked about bin Laden in 2007, here's what he said. He said, "It's not worth moving heaven and earth and spending billions of dollars just to catch one person. But he was wrong. He was wrong. Because if you understood that America's heart had to be healed, you would have done exactly what the president did, and you would move heaven and earth to hunt him down and to bring him to justice. Look, 4 years ago, 4 years ago, only thing missing at this convention this year is my mom. 4 years ago, my mom was still with us, sitting up in the stadium in Denver. I quoted her. One of her favorite expressions. She used to say to all her children, she said, "Joey, bravery resides in every heart, and the time will come when it must be summoned." Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you what I think you already know, but I watch it up close. Bravery resides in the heart of Barack Obama, and time again, I witnessed him summon it. This man has courage in his soul, compassion in his heart, and a spine of steel. And because of all the actions he took, because of the calls he made, because of the determination of American workers and the unparalleled bravery of our special forces, we can now proudly say what you've heard me say the last 6 months. Osama bin Laden is dead and General Motors is alive. That's right. One man. Folks, we know we have more work to do. We know we're not there yet. But not a day has gone by in the last 4 years when I haven't been grateful as an American that Barack Obama is our president, because he always has the courage to make the tough decision. Speaking of tough decisions, speaking of tough calls, last week we heard at the Republican convention, we heard our opponents. We heard them pledge that they too had the courage to make the tough calls. That's what they said. But folks, in case you didn't notice, I say to my fellow Americans, in case you didn't notice, they didn't have the courage to tell you what calls they'd make. They never mentioned any of that. Hey, Mrs. Robinson, you watched from home, I guess, from the White House. You heard them talk so much about how they cared so much about Medicare, how much they wanted to preserve it. That's what they told you. But let's look at what they didn't tell you. What they didn't tell you is that the plan they have already put down on paper would immediately cut benefits from more than 30 million seniors already on Medicare. What they didn't tell you is the plan they are proposing would cause Medicare to go bankrupt by 2016. And what they really didn't tell you is if you want to know, they're not for preserving Medicare at all. They're for a new plan. It's called voucher care. Look, folks, that's not courage. That's not even truthful. That's not even truthful. In Tampa, they talk with great urgency about the nation's debt and the need to act now. But not once, not one single time did they tell you that they rejected every plan put forward by us, by the bipartisan Simpson-Bowles Commission they referenced, or by any other respected group to reduce the national debt. They were not for any of them. Why? because they're not prepared to do anything about the debt if it contained even $1, I'm not exaggerating, even $1 or 1 cent in new taxes for millionaires. Folks, that's not courage, and that's not fair. Look. In a sense, this can be reduced to a single notion. The two men seeking to lead this country over the next 4 years, as I said at the outset, have fundamentally different visions and completely different value set. Governor Romney believes in this global economy, it doesn't matter much where American companies invest and put their money or where they create jobs. As a matter of fact, in his budget proposal, in his tax proposal, he calls for a new tax. It's called a territorial tax, which the experts have looked at, and they acknowledge it will create 800,000 new jobs, all of them overseas, all of them. And what I found fascinating, the most fascinating thing I found last week was when Governor Romney said that as president, he would take a jobs tour. Well, with his support for outsourcing, it's going to have to be a foreign trip. It will. Look, President Obama knows that creating jobs in America, keeping jobs in America, bringing jobs back to America is what the president's job was all about. That's what presidents do, or at least supposed to do. Folks, Governor Romney believes it's okay to raise taxes on middle classes by $2,000 in order to pay for literally another $1 trillion tax cut for the very wealthy. President Obama knows that there's nothing decent or fair about asking people with more to do less and with less to do more. Governor Romney believes that kids like our dreamers, those immigrant children who were brought to America's shores through no fault of their own, he thinks they're a drag on the American economy. President Obama believes that even though those dreamers, those kids, didn't choose to come here, they have chosen to do right by America, and it's time for us to do right by them. Governor Romney. Governor Romney looks at the notion of equal pay in terms of a company's bottom line. President Obama, he knows that making sure our daughters get the same pay for the same jobs as our son is every father's bottom line. Look, I kind of expected all that from them, but one thing truly perplexed me at their convention. The thing that perplexed me most was this idea they kept talking about the culture of dependency. They seem to think you create a culture of dependency when you provide a bright, young, qualified kid from a working-class family a loan to get to college, or when you provide a job training program in a new industry for a dad who lost his job because it was outsourced. Folks, that's not how we look at it. That's not how America's ever looked at it. What he doesn't understand is all these men and women are looking for is a chance, just a chance to acquire the skills to be able to provide for their families so they can once again hold their heads high and lead independent lives with dignity. That's all they're looking for. Look. And it literally amazes me they don't understand that. You know, I told you at the outset, the choice is stark. Two different visions, two different value sets. But at its core, the difference is able to reduce to be a fundamental difference. You see, we, most Americans, have incredible faith in the decency and hard work of the American people. And we know what has made this country. It's the American people. As I mentioned at the outset, 4 years ago, we were hit hard. You saw your retirement accounts drained, the equity in your homes vanish, jobs lost around the line. But what did you do as Americans? What you've always done. You didn't lose faith. You fought back. You didn't give up. You got up. You're the ones. The American people, you're the ones. You're the reason why we are still better positioned than any country in the world to lead the 21st century. You never quit on America, and you deserve a president who will never quit on you. There's one more thing. One more thing our Republican opponents are just dead wrong about. America is not in decline. America is not in decline. I've got news for Governor Romney and Congressman Ryan. Gentlemen, never, ever, it never makes sense. It's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. Never. My fellow Americans, America is coming back. And we're not going back. And we have no intention of downsizing the American dream. Never a good bet. Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment we're going to hear from a man whose whole life is a testament to the power of that dream, and whose presidency is the best hope to secure that dream for our children. For you see, we see a future. We really, honest to God, do. We see a future where everyone, rich and poor, does their part and has a part. A future where we depend more on clean energy from home and less on oil from abroad. A future where we're #1 in the world again in college graduation. A future where we promote the private sector, not the privileged sector. And a future where women once again control their own choices, their destiny, and their own health care. And ladies and gentlemen, Barack and I see a future. It's in our DNA where no one is forced to live in the shadows of intolerance. Folks, we see a future where America leads not only by the power of the example of our power, but by the power of our example. Where we bring our troops home from Afghanistan just as we proudly did from Iraq. A future where we fulfill the only truly sacred obligation we have as a nation. The only truly sacred obligation we have is to prepare those who we send to war and care for them when they come home from war. And tonight, I want to acknowledge, as we should every night, the incredible debt we owe to the families of those 6,473 fallen angels, and those 49,746 wounded, thousands critically, thousands who will need our help for the rest of their lives. Folks, we must never, ever forget their sacrifice, and always keep them in our care and in our prayers. My fellow Americans, we now find ourselves at the hinge of history. And the direction we turn is not figuratively, is literally in your hands. It has been a truly great honor to serve you and to serve with Barack, who has always stood up with you for the past 4 years. I've seen him tested. I know his strength, his command, his faith. And I also know the incredible confidence he has in all of you. I know this man. Yes, the work of recovery is not yet complete, but we are on our way. The journey of hope is not yet finished, but we are on our way. And the cause of change is not fully accomplished, but we are on our way. So I say to you tonight, with absolute confidence, America's best days are ahead, and yes, we are on our way. And in light of that horizon, for the values that define us, for the ideals that inspire us, there is only one choice. That choice is to move forward, boldly forward, and finish the job and re-elect President Barack Obama. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois.
Thank you. It is a singular honor to be here tonight. 8 years ago in Boston, I introduced you to a state senator from Illinois. He had a name that was hard to pronounce, and Loretta and Michelle and I stood on the side of the stage in Boston and wondered if you would accept his message about the future of this party, and you did. 4 years later in Denver, I asked you to give this man our party's nomination for president, and tonight in Charlotte, I ask you to join me in giving President Barack Obama 4 more years to finish the job he started. I was there. I was there. 4 more years. Now, I was there. Many of you were with me. It was a cold, cold January afternoon when Barack Obama lifted his hand from Abraham Lincoln's Bible and looked out on an America facing an economic collapse. These last 4 years have been hard. Too many families are still struggling. But today, our economy is beginning to recover. Jobs are returning. Businesses are expanding. America is coming back. Our friends in the other party gathered in Tampa and gave us a message last week. They said, just remember, we're all in this alone. Yeah. They told us the real winners, the real builders, never need a helping hand. Democrats know better. America knows better. History and this president have shown us we are stronger when we are all in this together. I invite them. Come to Belvedere, Illinois. Meet 5,000 proud Chrysler UAW workers. One business leader who has been referenced a few times tonight said, let them go bankrupt. Barack Obama said, let them go back to work, and they did. Come and meet the working families all across America who now have a chance for affordable health care. At one time, a governor thought that was a good idea in Massachusetts. Well, President Obama and millions of American families think it's a great idea for America. But this president is focused on more than just opportunity. He has focused on justice. I am proud to have been there when he signed his first bill as President of the United States to end discrimination against women in the workplace in honor of Lilly Ledbetter. And I will tell you, I cannot remember a more touching ceremony than when this president gathered us together to finally eliminate the discrimination of don't ask, don't tell in our military. It was 11 years ago. 11 years ago, I introduced a little bill known as the DREAM Act. And I will tell you, my life has been changed by the inspiration of these young men and women who simply want to earn their way into America. We have fought the filibusters in the Senate, but we are lucky. It took President Obama to finally bring these young people out of the shadows into the America that they have always called home. It was 150 years ago that another president from Illinois brought justice to his day with the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, his critics told him he had gone way too far, and he should undo what he'd done. But here's what Abraham Lincoln said: I hope to stand firm enough not to go backwards. We cannot build a better, stronger, fairer America by going backwards. We must walk forward together. And with President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden in the White House, we will. President Obama, your values, your vision, your commitment to justice are still worth fighting for. Thank you.
We've been through a lot together. but we'd known tough times before. What carries us through and helps us endure? What are the qualities so essential to us and the leaders who have occupied this office?
He did some things knowing that they wouldn't be popular in the short run that would lay the foundation for recovery. No other country in the world would give up the capacity to manufacture cars if it had. And so he did what the government's supposed to do in a case like that.
Do not rescue the automobile industry. I mean, it was overwhelming. Look at the polling number.
A country in the midst of a financial crisis that no one really, knew the depths of the challenges that were coming. I think he had a sense.
My grandparents came out of the Depression. They knew what it was like for people not to have work. We all understand work as something more than just a paycheck. What gives you dignity? It gives you a sense of purpose.
He said, you guys got to work together and come up, and everybody's got to have some skin in the game here. You got to have a give up. You got to modernize the automobile industry.
Everybody said, it's never going to work. Well, guess what?
80,000 more people working in the car business than we did before the restructuring was passed.
They're middle-class jobs. People can raise a family on a decent wage.
We've gone from an economy that was shedding jobs to one that's consistently creating jobs at all sectors. Every night, he's up until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning with his big stack of briefing books, and he reads the letters he gets from people all over America. They are, as he put it, some of the most informative pieces of material that he gets that keeps him grounded. And anyone who has kids know that the truth is, no matter what you do, your kids still think that they are the most important people in the room. So we sit around the dinner table, and he's the last person to be asked, oh, yeah, how was your day, Dad? I mean, really, he's an afterthought.
He never starts a conversation by saying, what's the best political decision here? What'll help us the most? Never.
So he wasn't going to back out just because it got hard, just because it didn't poll well. That's just never been who he is, and it's certainly not how he will ever govern this country.
When my mom got cancer, she wasn't a wealthy woman, and it pretty much drained all her resources.
Watching your mother die of something that could have been prevented, that's a tough thing to deal with.
The reason he pushed ahead, knowing that there could be horrible political consequences for him, just as there were for me, is that healthcare costs have gone up 3 times the rate of inflation. This is a huge economic issue because we spend 17.5% of our income on healthcare.
Anybody who gets medical care, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Imagine working class mom opening up that kind of bill, with somebody sending that to her with a straight face. That understanding of that kind of reality for millions of Americans drove him to make sure that this legislation got passed. It takes a conscious effort to stay connected with what's going on in people's lives.
This was a matter of principle for him. He ran on it, he said he was going to do it, and he did it.
You hire the president to make the calls when no one else can do it. He had to decide. That's one thing George Bush said that was right. The president is the decider-in-chief.
We were only about 50% sure that bin Laden was in that compound. But I had 100% confidence in our Navy SEALs.
I sat in that room with him when we were getting feeds on what was going on at the time. He sat there resolute. concerned, just watching. You got him. Confirm it. Just boom, boom, boom. Then came and explained to everybody the next day in the cabinet room what happened. I mean, this is a guy who, as I said, a backbone like a ramrod.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world.
He took the harder and the more honorable path, and the one that produced, in my opinion, the best result. When I saw what had happened, I thought to myself, I hope that's the call I would have made. It was just the right thing to do.
We have a long way to go. But with every new beginning, every homecoming, every step forward, we remember who we are.
What's really allowing this economy to heal and get us moving again is the resilience and the strength and the character of the American people. They don't quit. They don't give up. Partly because of family, partly because of a sense of community, patriotism, and pride in this country, they keep going. That's the incredible gift that the American people keep giving back to me in this job.
Thank you so much. Tonight, I am so thrilled and so honored and so proud to introduce the love of my life, the father of our two girls, and the President of the United States of America, Barack Obama.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Michelle, I love you so much. A few nights ago, everybody was reminded just what a lucky man I am. Malia and Sasha, we are so proud of you. And yes, you do have to go to school in the morning. And Joe Biden, thank you for being the very best vice president I could have ever hoped for, and being a strong and loyal friend. Madam Chairwoman, delegates, I accept your nomination for President of the United States. Now, the first time I addressed this convention in 2004, I was a younger man, a Senate candidate from Illinois who spoke about hope. Not blind optimism, not wishful thinking, but hope in the face of difficulty, hope in the face of uncertainty. That dogged faith in the future which has pushed this nation forward, even when the odds are great, even when the road is long. 8 years later, that hope has been tested by the cost of war, by one of the worst economic crises in history, and by political gridlock that's left us wondering whether it's still even possible to tackle the challenges of our time. I know campaigns can seem small, even silly sometimes. Trivial things become big distractions. Serious issues become sound bites. The truth gets buried under an avalanche of money and advertising. I mean, if you're sick of hearing me approve this message, believe me, so am I. But when all is said and done, when you pick up that ballot to vote, you will face the clearest choice of any time in a generation. Over the next few years, big decisions will be made in Washington on jobs, the economy, taxes and deficits, energy, education, war and peace. Decisions that will have a huge impact on our lives and on our children's lives for decades to come. And on every issue, the choice you face won't just be between two candidates or two parties. It will be a choice between two different paths for America, a choice between two fundamentally different visions for the future. Ours is a fight to restore the values that built the largest middle class and the strongest economy the world has ever known. The values my grandfather defended as a soldier in Patton's army. The values that drove my grandmother to work on a bomber assembly line while he was gone. They knew they were part of something larger. A nation that triumphed over fascism and depression. A nation where the most innovative businesses turned out the world's best products, and everyone shared in that pride and success, from the corner office to the factory floor. My grandparents were given the chance to go to college, buy their own home, and fulfill the basic bargain at the heart of America's story. The promise that hard work will pay off, that responsibility will be rewarded, that everyone gets a fair shot, and everyone does their fair share, and everyone plays by the same rules, from Main Street to Wall Street to Washington, D.C. And I ran for president because I saw that basic bargain slipping away. I began my career helping people in the shadow of a shuttered steel mill at a time when too many good jobs were starting to move overseas. And by 2008, we had seen nearly a decade in which families struggled with costs that kept rising, but paychecks that didn't. Folks racking up more and more debt just to make the mortgage or pay tuition, put gas in the car or food on the table. And when the house of cards collapsed in the Great Recession, millions of innocent Americans lost their jobs, their homes, their life savings, a tragedy from which we're still fighting to recover. Now, our friends down in Tampa at the Republican convention were more than happy to talk about everything they think is wrong with America, but they didn't have much to say about how they'd make it right. They want your vote, but they don't want you to know their plan. And that's because all they have to offer is the same prescriptions they've had for the last 30 years. Have a surplus? Try a tax cut. Deficit too high? Try another. Feel a cold coming on? Take 2 tax cuts, roll back some regulations, and call us in the morning. Now, I've cut taxes for those who need it. Middle-class families, small businesses. But I don't believe that another round of tax breaks for millionaires will bring good jobs to our shores or pay down our deficit. I don't believe that firing teachers or kicking students off financial aid will grow the economy or help us compete with the scientists and engineers coming out of China. After all we've been through, I don't believe that rolling back regulations on Wall Street will help the small businesswoman expand or the laid-off construction worker keep his home. We have been there. We've tried that, and we're not going back. We are moving forward, America. Now, I won't pretend the path I'm offering is quick or easy. I never have. You didn't elect me to tell you what you wanted to hear. You elected me to tell you the truth. And the truth is, it will take more than a few years for us to solve challenges that have built up over decades. It'll require common effort and shared responsibility, and the kind of bold, persistent experimentation that Franklin Roosevelt pursued during the only crisis worse than this one. And by the way, those of us who carry on his party's legacy should remember that not every problem can be remedied with another government program or dictate from Washington. But know this, America, our problems can be solved. Our challenges can be met. The path we offer may be harder, but it leads to a better place, and I'm asking you to choose that future. I'm asking you to rally around a set of goals for your country, goals in manufacturing, energy, education, national security, and the deficit. Real, achievable plans that will lead to new jobs, more opportunity, and rebuild this economy on a stronger foundation. That's what we can do in the next 4 years, and that is why I am running for a second term as President of the United States. Where we export more products and outsource fewer jobs. After a decade that was defined by what we bought and borrowed, we're getting back to basics and doing what America's always done best. We are making things again. I've met workers in Detroit and Toledo who feared they'd never build another American car. And today they can't build them fast enough because we reinvented a dying auto industry that's back on the top of the world. I've worked with business leaders who are bringing jobs back to America, not because our workers make less pay, but because we make better products. because we work harder and smarter than anyone else. I've signed trade agreements that are helping our companies sell more goods to millions of new customers. Goods that are stamped with 3 proud words, made in America. And after a decade of decline, this country created over 500,000 manufacturing jobs in the last 2.5 years. And now you have a choice. We can give more tax breaks to corporations that ship jobs overseas, or we can start rewarding companies that open new plants and train new workers and create new jobs here in the United States of America. We can help big factories and small businesses double their exports. And if we choose this path, we can create 1 million new manufacturing jobs in the next 4 years. You can make that happen. You can choose that future. You can choose the path where we control more of our own energy. After 30 years of inaction, we raised fuel standards so that by the middle of the next decade, cars and trucks will go twice as far on a gallon of gas. We have doubled our use of renewable energy, and thousands of Americans have jobs today building wind turbines and long-lasting batteries. In the last year alone, we cut oil imports by 1 million barrels a day, more than any administration in recent history. And today, the United States of America is less dependent on foreign oil than at any time in the last 2 decades. So now you have a choice between a strategy that reverses this progress or one that builds on it. We've opened millions of new acres for oil and gas exploration in the last 3 years, and we'll open more. But unlike my opponent, I will not let oil companies write this country's energy plan or endanger our coastlines or collect another $4 billion in corporate welfare from our taxpayers. We're offering a better path. We're offering a better path, a future where we keep investing in wind and solar and clean coal, where farmers and scientists harness new biofuels to power our cars and trucks, where construction workers build homes and factories that waste less energy, where we develop a 100-year supply of natural gas that's right beneath our feet. If you choose this path, we can cut our oil imports in half by 2020 and support more than 600,000 new jobs in natural gas alone. And yes, my plan will continue to reduce the carbon pollution that is heating our planet, because climate change is not a hoax. More droughts and floods and wildfires are not a joke. They are a threat to our children's future, and in this election, you can do something about it. You can choose a future where more Americans have the chance to gain the skills they need to compete, no matter how old they are or how much money they have. Education was the gateway to opportunity for me. It was the gateway for Michelle. It was the gateway for most of you. And now, more than ever, it is the gateway to a middle-class life. For the first time in a generation, nearly every state has answered our call to raise their standards for teaching and learning. Some of the worst schools in the country have made real gains in math and reading. Millions of students are paying less for college today because we finally took on a system that wasted billions of taxpayer dollars on banks and lenders. And now you have a choice. We can gut education, or we can decide that in the United States of America, no child should have her dreams deferred because of a crowded classroom or a crumbling school. No family should have to set aside a college acceptance letter because they don't have the money. No company should have to look for workers overseas because they couldn't find any with the right skills here at home. That's not our future. That is not our future. A government has a role in this, but teachers must inspire, principals must lead, parents must instill a thirst for learning, and students, you got to do the work. And together, I promise you, we can out-educate and out-compete any nation on earth. So help me recruit 100,000 math and science teachers within 10 years and improve early childhood education. Help give 2 million workers the chance to learn skills at their community college that will lead directly to a job. Help us work with colleges and universities to cut in half the growth of tuition costs over the next 10 years. We can meet that goal together. You can choose that future for America. That's our future. You know, in a world of new threats and new challenges, you can choose leadership that has been tested and proven. 4 years ago, I promised to end the war in Iraq. We did. I promised to refocus on the terrorists who actually attacked us on 9/11, and we have. We've blunted the Taliban's momentum in Afghanistan, and in 2014, our longest war will be over. A new tower rises above the New York skyline. Al-Qaeda is on the path to defeat, and Osama bin Laden is dead. Tonight, we pay tribute to the Americans who still serve in harm's way. We are forever in debt to a generation whose sacrifice has made this country safer and more respected. We will never forget you. And so long as I'm Commander-in-Chief, we will sustain the strongest military the world has ever known. When you take off the uniform, we will serve you as well as you've served us, because no one who fights for this country should have to fight for a job or a roof over their heads or the care that they need when they come home. Around the world, we've strengthened old alliances and forged new coalitions to stop the spread of nuclear weapons. We've reasserted our power across the Pacific and stood up to China on behalf of our workers. From Burma to Libya to South Sudan, we have advanced the rights and dignity of all human beings, men and women, Christians and Muslims and Jews. But for all the progress that we've made, challenges remain. Terrorist plots must be disrupted. Europe's crisis must be contained. Our commitment to Israel's security must not waver, and neither must our pursuit of peace. The Iranian government must face a world that stays united against its nuclear ambitions. The historic change sweeping across the Arab world must be defined not by the iron fist of a dictator or the hate of extremists, but by the hopes and aspirations of ordinary people who are reaching for the same rights that we celebrate here today. So now we have a choice. My opponent and his running mate are new to foreign policy. But from all that we've seen and heard, they want to take us back to an era of blustering and blundering that cost America so dearly. After all, you don't call Russia our #1 enemy. not Al-Qaeda, Russia, unless you're still stuck in a Cold War mind warp. You might not be ready for diplomacy with Beijing if you can't visit the Olympics without insulting our closest ally. My opponent said that it was tragic to end the war in Iraq, and he won't tell us how he'll end the war in Afghanistan. Well, I have, and I will. And while my opponent would spend more money on military hardware that our Joint Chiefs don't even want, I will use the money we're no longer spending on war to pay down our debt and put more people back to work, rebuilding roads and bridges and schools and runways, because after 2 wars that have cost us thousands of lives and over $1 trillion, it's time to do some nation building right here at home. You can choose a future where we reduce our deficit without sticking it to the middle class. Independent experts say that my plan would cut our deficit by $4 trillion. And last summer I worked with Republicans in Congress to cut $1 billion in spending, because those of us who believe government can be a force for good should work harder than anyone to reform it so that it's leaner and more efficient and more responsive to the American people. I want to reform the tax code so that it's simple, fair, and ask the wealthiest households to pay higher taxes on incomes over $250,000. The same rate we had when Bill Clinton was president, the same rate we had when our economy created nearly 23 million new jobs, the biggest surplus in history, and a whole lot of millionaires to boot. Now, I'm still eager to reach an agreement based on the principles of my bipartisan debt commission. No party has a monopoly on wisdom. No democracy works without compromise. I want to get this done, and we can get it done. But when Governor Romney and his friends in Congress tell us we can somehow lower our deficits by spending trillions more on new tax breaks for the wealthy, well, what Bill Clinton call it? You do the arithmetic. You do the math. I refuse to go along with that. And as long as I'm president, I never will. I refuse to ask middle-class families to give up their deductions for owning a home or raising their kids just to pay for another millionaire's tax cut. I refuse to ask students to pay more for college or kick children out of Head Start programs to eliminate health insurance for millions of Americans who are poor and elderly or disabled. Also, those with the most can pay less. I'm not going along with that. And I will never turn Medicare into a voucher. No American should ever have to spend their golden years at the mercy of insurance companies. They should retire with the care and the dignity that they have earned. Yes, we will reform and strengthen Medicare for the long haul, but we'll do it by reducing the cost of health care, not by asking seniors to pay thousands of dollars more. And we will keep the promise of Social Security by taking the responsible steps to strengthen it, not by turning it over to Wall Street. This is the choice we now face. This is what the election comes down to. Over and over, we've been told by our opponents that bigger tax cuts and fewer regulations are the only way
that since government can't do everything, it should do almost nothing. If you can't afford health insurance, hope that you don't get sick. If a company releases toxic pollution into the air your children breathe, well, that's the price of progress. If you can't afford to start a business or go to college, take my opponent's advice and borrow money from your parents. You know what? That's not who we are. That's not what this country's about. As Americans, we believe we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, rights that no man or government can take away. We insist on personal responsibility, and we celebrate individual initiative. We're not entitled to success. We have to earn it. We honor the strivers, the dreamers, the risk takers, the entrepreneurs who have always been the driving force behind our free enterprise system, the greatest engine of growth and prosperity that the world's ever known. But we also believe in something called citizenship. Citizenship, a word at the very heart of our founding, a word at the very essence of our democracy. The idea that this country only works when we accept certain obligations to one another and to future generations. We believe that when a CEO pays his auto workers enough to buy the cars that they build, the whole company does better. We believe that when a family can no longer be tricked into signing a mortgage they can't afford, that family's protected, but so is the value of other people's homes. And so is the entire economy. We believe the little girl who's offered an escape from poverty by a great teacher or a grant for college could become the next Steve Jobs, or the scientist who cures cancer, or the President of the United States, and it is in our power to give her that chance. We know that churches and charities can often make more of a difference than a poverty program alone. We don't want handouts for people who refuse to help themselves, and we certainly don't want bailouts for banks that break the rules. We don't think that government can solve all of our problems, but we don't think that the government is the source of all of our problems, any more than our welfare recipients or corporations or unions or immigrants or gays or any other group we're told to blame for our troubles. Because America, we understand that this democracy is ours. We, the people, recognize that we have responsibilities as well as rights, that our destinies are bound together, that a freedom which asks only what's in it for me, a freedom without a commitment to others, a freedom without love or charity or duty or patriotism is unworthy of our founding ideals and those who died in their defense. As citizens, we understand that America is not about what can be done for us. It's about what can be done by us, together, through the hard and frustrating but necessary work of self-government. That's what we believe. So you see, the election 4 years ago wasn't about me. It was about you. My fellow citizens, you were the change. You're the reason there's a little girl with a heart disorder in Phoenix who'll get the surgery she needs because an insurance company can't limit her coverage. You did that. You're the reason a young man in Colorado who never thought he'd be able to afford his dream of earning a medical degree is about to get that chance. You made that possible. You're the reason a young immigrant who grew up here and went to school here and pledged allegiance to our flag will no longer be deported from the only country she's ever called home. Why selfless soldiers won't be kicked out of the military because of who they are or who they love. Why thousands of families have finally been able to say to the loved ones who served us so bravely, welcome home. Welcome home. You did that. You did that. You did that. If you turn away now, if you buy into the cynicism that the change we fought for is impossible, well, change will not happen. If you give up on the idea that your voice can make a difference, then other voices will fill the void. The lobbyists and special interests, the people with the $10 million checks who are trying to buy this election, and those who are trying to make it harder for you to vote. Washington politicians who want to decide who you can marry or control health care choices that women should be making for themselves. Only you can make sure that doesn't happen. Only you have the power to move us forward. You know, I recognize that times have changed since I first spoke to this convention. Times have changed, and so have I. I'm no longer just a candidate. I'm the president. And that means I know what it means to send young Americans into battle. For I've held in my arms the mothers and fathers of those who didn't return. I've shared the pain of families who've lost their homes and the frustration of workers who've lost their jobs. If the critics are right that I've made all my decisions based on polls, then I must not be very good at reading them. And while I'm very proud of what we've achieved together, I'm far more mindful of my own failings, knowing exactly what Lincoln meant when he said, I have been driven to my knees many times by the overwhelming conviction that I had no place else to go. But as I stand here tonight, I have never been more hopeful about America. Not because I think I have all the answers, not because I'm naive about the magnitude of our challenges. I'm hopeful because of you. The young woman I met at a science fair who won national recognition for her biology research while living with her family at a homeless shelter, she gives me hope. The auto worker who won the lottery after his plant almost closed but kept coming to work every day and bought flags for his whole town and one of the cars that he built to surprise his wife. He gives me hope. The family business in Warroad, Minnesota, that didn't lay off a single one of their 4,000 employees when the recession hit, even when their competitors shut down dozens of plants, even when it meant the owner gave up some perks and some pay, because they understood that their biggest asset was the community and the workers who had helped build that business. They give me hope. I think about the young sailor I met at Walter Reed Hospital, still recovering from a grenade attack that would cause him to have his leg amputated above the knee. And 6 months ago, we would watch him walk into a White House dinner honoring those who served in Iraq. Tall and 20 pounds heavier, dashing in his uniform, with a big grin on his face, sturdy on his new leg. And I remember how a few months after that, I would watch him on a bicycle, racing with his fellow wounded warriors on a sparkling spring day, inspiring other heroes who had just begun the hard path he had traveled. He gives me hope. He gives me hope. I don't know what party these men and women belong to. I don't know if they'll vote for me. But I know that their spirit defines us. They remind me, in the words of Scripture, that ours is a future filled with hope. And if you share that faith with me, if you share that hope with me, I ask you tonight for your vote. If you reject the notion that this nation's promise is reserved for the few, your voice must be heard in this election. If you reject the notion that our government is forever beholden to the highest bidder, you need to stand up in this election. If you believe that new plants and factories can dot our landscape, that new energy can power our future, that new schools can provide ladders of opportunity to this nation of dreamers, if you believe in a country where everyone gets a fair shot and everyone does their fair share and everyone plays by the same rules, then I need you to vote this November. America, I never said this journey would be easy, and I won't promise that now. Yes, our path is harder, but it leads to a better place. Yes, our road is longer, but we travel it together. We don't turn back. We leave no one behind. We pull each other up. We draw strength from our victories, and we learn from our mistakes, but we keep our eyes fixed on that distant horizon, knowing that Providence is with us and that we are surely blessed to be citizens of the greatest nation on earth. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless these United States.